Mapenjo ketina ye mondu nyisa, oge mapenjo ketina ye mondu nyisa. Ngama ero chunya topodu sema sema, ngama ero chunya topodu sema sema. Aunga anakosondwango, aunga anakosondwango. Tita penji ndipo kakoso kiero nyalo idoi mado kiero nyalo idoi Tita penji ndipo kakoso tita penji ndipo kakoso yengona kakoso yengona kiero nyala idoi mado kiero nyala idoi mado Kaeri sana sitakuacha, kaeri sana sitakuacha, Marisa nyagatiti, Marisa nyagatiti, kiero nyala idoi mado, kiero nyala idoi mado. Kaeri sana sitakuacha Marita, kaeri sana sitakuacha Marita. Nyagatiti kiero nyala idoi mado, kiero nyala idoi. Kaeri sana sitakuacha Marita, kaeri sana sitakuacha Marita. Nyagatiti Marita, nyagatiti nyarmaro kiero nyalo idoi mado, kiero nyalo idoi mado. Nimepanda milima, ona mabonde, nimepita misitu na nyika, kaogelea mito na bahari, aoko, aoko, aoko. Nimetembea, sijamuona msichana kama Oko, aoko. Sijamuona msichana kama Oko, aoko. Nimepanda milima, ona mabonde, nimepita misitu na nyika, kaogelea mito na bahari, aoko, aoko, aoko. Nimetembea, sijamuona msichana kama Oko, aoko. Mbea sijamuona kwenye nyuso zinazong'aa na meno masiwa na machogololi kwenye mwanya midomoni, aoko, 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 aoko. Mbea aoko, ya sijamuona msichana kama Uwera tabia siya kusonde gaina hia ekulitia waheto wana heroniwe karero meru kama titane siyawe.
Nimetembea sijamuona msichana kama Oko,
aoko.
nimetembea sijamuona msichana kama Oko,
Aoko.
msichana kama Oko,
Aoko.
nimetembea sijamuona msichana kama Oko.
Ulingwerwa ing'ombe, ulingwerwa ing'ombe, ulingwerwa ing'ombe, ulai wa mama. Ulingwerwa ing'ombe, ulingwerwa ing'ombe, ulingwerwa ing'ombe, ulai wa mama. Wanangani mara, wanangani mara, wanangani mara, ulai wa mama ing'ombe. Wanangani mara, wanangani mara, wanangani mara, ulai wa mama ing'ombe. Inamfore mwana wefe mawa,
inamfore mwana wefe mawa, inamfore mwana wefe mawa.
Endo tucheze wana Kenya ngoma, endo tucheze wana Kenya ngoma.
Endo tucheze wana Kenya ngoma, endo tucheze wana Kenya ngoma.
Wanangani mara,
Ing'ombe,
wanangani mara, wanangani mara,
ing'ombe, ulai wa mama, ing'ombe.
wanangani mara, wanangani mara,
Ing'ombe,
wanangani mara,
ing'ombe, ulai wa mama, ing'ombe.
And for these ones, I'll just say, yeah, Danish.
Kata usiogope, kata mwanangu, kata usiogope. Ringa 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 mwanangu, ringa 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 usiogope. Ringa 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 mwanangu, ringa 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 usiogope.
Wapi Brenda wewe? Halo? Wapi Brenda? Devasho. No. na penzo kipamba kipamba
penzo kipamba kipamba
na penzo kipamba kipamba
penzo kipamba
na penzo kipamba kipamba
penzo kipamba Wape vidonge vyao kiweza wasema ni shauri yao. Wape vidonge vyao kiweza wasema ni shauri yao. Wape vidonge vyao kiweza wasema ni shauri yao. Wape vidonge vyao kiweza wasema ni shauri
Asante sana.
Bembea leo bembea bembea
Asante sana.
Bembea leo bembea mtoto
bembea leo bembea bembea leo bembea bembea leo bembea mtoto.
Najua na ng'ombe na mimi na ng'ombe zangu, namwambia tuchanganye hataki kweli na zangu.
Tumejua na ng'ombe na mimi na ng'ombe zangu, namwambia tuchanganye hataki kweli na zangu.
Nimejua na ng'ombe na mimi na ng'ombe zangu, namwambia tuchanganye.
Wow, makofi yao tafadhali. Asanteni sana, wasanii sana. Thank you so much for your talent, for your commitment to your art, and for serving all of us. And that is the commitment we all must have. Stay on your lane. Be excellent in everything that you do. That's your contribution to our beloved motherland. I take this opportunity to welcome you to the People's Anti-Corruption Summit 2024. Mkaribishe mwenzako, mwambie karibu sana, karibu sana. Karibu sana, karibu sana, karibu sana, karibu sana. Mgote, gota, 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 gota. Karibu sana, welcome, 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 welcome. Now, in the same spirit, tuko pamoja. And it's important as we kick off, make sure that you can see the person seated next to you. Huyo ni Mkenya. Your brother, your sister. So we need to make sure that we are all safe. And just a quick security brief. Let's just have the video. Somebody was giving a talk just like this. Asante sana. Makofi tafadhali kwa wageni wetu. Thank you so much. So take note of the person seated next to you. It's very important. So this gentleman was giving a talk.
A Sunday afternoon church service dramatically interrupted.
So all of a sudden,
The terrifying incident at Jesus' Dwelling Place Church in North Braddock, Pennsylvania.
But you see the other person
on the live
was
stream,
aware,
showing the gunman,
present.
identified by police as 26-year-old Bernard Jr. Polite, approached Pastor Glenn Germany
was able
and
to take
attempted to
charge of the
shoot, but the
situation.
gun didn't go off.
It clicked. You heard him shoot it. It clicked. So God jammed the gun so that the bullet didn't come out.
The deacon, sitting just feet away, leapt into action.
The man had his back turned towards me, and I could see he would never see me coming.
Both men wrestling the weapon from the gunman's hands.
So we want you to take care of your belongings. We want you to be present throughout our engagement today. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here because of the many people who have gone ahead of us. And as we kick off, consider the fact that we've had several people, whether in the US, one person standing out, Martin Luther King Jr., making a mark in his generation. He didn't see his dream come true, but we remember him standing out. Mother Teresa in Calcutta, serving people. Don't even remember how she used to speak, but her work still speaks.
This decade is the decade of African independence. Forward then to independence. To independence now.
India, you have Mahatma Gandhi. Every morning at 4 a.m. walking, sending a message that my people must be free. One person. And the story continues on. In China, Tiananmen Square, a protester standing in front of all these equipment and says, "I will not allow you to kill protesters." We don't even remember his name, but we remember his action. And you come to Kenya, you celebrate people who said, "We want to rule our country."
We want to rule our country.
Single people. And today, ladies and gentlemen, as we mark this year's summit, the whistleblower stands as that one person who is absolutely critical in our journey towards setting the stage in the fight against corruption. And so I'd kindly request that we be upstanding for our Kenya national anthem, which is a prayer, but it's also a reminder that we have something to live for generations to come. When I stand, when I serve, when I speak, may what I do today echo across generations to come. Big high five to 5 people around you. Give them a big high five. You made it. You made it. You made it. Hey, big high five. Come on, come on. Karibu sana. Well done. Fantastic. That's the People's Anti-Corruption Summit beginning 2024. Well done. You may kindly take your seats. You may kindly take your seats. Thank you so much. Asanteni sana. Now, as we get our opening remarks, let's go to Menti. Let's go to Menti. This is, we want to interact. We want to make sure that your thoughts are critical. Do we have Menti ready? There's a question here I want us to start us with. So if you're just joining us, all you have to do is go to menti.com. That's menti.com. The code is 63 66 87 52. We'll be using this particular platform for the better part of our engagement. Today we have several questions, and hopefully we'll have a gift for the one who uses it in a better, faster way. So you'll see a thumbs up sign, just click on it. But you can do it faster by simply scanning that QR code. I have a simple question. The next question. Let's be honest. Next question. Let's be honest. Have you participated in any corrupt activity this year? This is 2024. No, just be honest. I don't have a way of knowing who says what, but just be honest. It's okay. It's a house of honesty. So have you participated in any corrupt activity this year? There's a yes, there's a no. I'm not sure about the other choice, but okay. I'll leave it there. Menti.com. The code is 63 66 87 52. 63 66 87 52. And I'm going to also challenge the speakers this morning as they come to speak to us, since they are on the limelight. They're going to tell us, have they participated? So we'll be revealing that. Let's have the code again. Are we able to have the code again? Okay, just in a moment. So as we prepare for that, we'll have that screen on. Just check your phones. But we want to get the opening remarks. It's been a journey. Having that effective whistleblower protection mechanism is that critical tool that will enable us combat corruption. And to give us the opening remarks so that we are all set to engage, ladies and gentlemen, it's always an honor.
She has work experience in governance, program management, media and outreach. She once served at the BBC Media Action as the Communications and Training Manager, Nation Media Group and I Choose Life Africa. She now leads the fight against corruption and governance reforms, supporting citizens, public institutions and the private sector to effect transparency and accountability. Please welcome Transparency International Kenya Executive Director Sheila Masinde.
A big round of applause. Karibu sana.
Good morning, everybody. Hey, good morning. Viva Kenya, viva. Viva. Forward with integrity, forward. And what is the other one after we say forward? Down with corruption, down. Yes, that sounds more like it. Thank you very much. And I want to welcome all of you who have made time to be here with us this morning for this People's Anti-Corruption Summit, an event that we have held religiously for the last 3 years, and even before COVID, had started a tradition of just listening to the people and their views and solutions on the fight against corruption since the proclamation of the 11th of July as the Africa Anti-Corruption Day. So this year we're celebrating the 8th Africa Anti-Corruption Day, a really, really critical and opportune moment to be able to reflect on what we need to do to further push the needle in the fight against corruption. Let me start by just recognizing some very important guests. I think I've been educated in this weekend that we don't nowadays call people Mheshimiwa. We call them, there's another one, Mtumishi. So I want to also recognize a couple of Watumishis here, and people who have really walked the journey with us in the fight against corruption. Before we start, so that we can just establish some key protocols. I want to recognize and welcome my namesake, Sheila Rokit, Deputy Mission Director, USAID. She'll be speaking to us during this program. I also want to recognize Sheila Karani. There are many Sheilas. I don't know that there's another Sheila in the crowd, but we're just joking that it seems like if you want a corruption fighter and she's a girl, what do you call her? Thank you. So the ones who are in the next 9 months, just name us, keep naming us. So Sheila Karani, Deputy Director, DGPS, USAID, together with your colleagues, Fred Owegi. I've seen Eric Kinaga as well, and another Eric. Please feel welcome. Our friend from the Danish Embassy, Programs Manager in charge of governance, Joseph Kimani, thank you once again for joining us. Irene Kizito, Deputy Executive Director of the Interreligious Council of Kenya, a worthy partner of ours. Thank you very much for also joining us. And then Quinta, the new Executive Director of the Association of Media Women in Kenya. Thank you very much for making the time to be with us. If I was to start recognizing everyone, we would not get on with the program, so allow me to just leave it there, and we'll continue to recognize the other very, not very important, but very impactful guests that have also made their time to be with us this morning. So thank you once again for joining us. And this year's commemoration, as you may have seen in the invitation, is themed Effective Whistleblowers Protection Mechanism, a critical tool in the fight against corruption. And this is very timely for us as Transparency International Kenya, because we have really worked tirelessly in the last 10 or so years, actually 11, to push for a whistleblower protection mechanism in this country. Unfortunately, we are not there yet. In 2013, we actually started the process of drafting a whistleblower protection bill. 11 years later, we are yet to see this bill enacted into law, but it is something that we continue to push, because as we stand now, we don't have an effective mechanism to protect Kenyans who risk life and limb to report cases of corruption or other acts of wrongdoing. And this is so critical for us. We have seen the number of corruption cases that we've had, and for every case, there's a whistleblower. Sometimes it doesn't go well for many of those whistleblowers. Some of them, especially for those in government, end up being demoted. They end up losing their jobs. We have many Gen Zs here. Gen Zs mko? Can I see you? Gen Zs mko? Millennials, are you here? Kuna wengine wanasema ni millennials, but I know they are not. Gen X, are we here? Yes, Gen X, are we here? Baby boomers, are you also here? We need to have everyone on board. I think we still need to pull everyone in as we continue to fight corruption. So maybe some people, because they were not born, but some of you may remember the story of David Munyakei, the whistleblower of the Golden Bag case, and what happened to him. He had a job in Central Bank. He unfortunately came across this file, or maybe fortunately came across these files on the Golden Bag scandal, gave them to a reporter at the Daily Nation, and then others as well in Parliament. But it didn't go so well for him. He lost his job, and years later died a destitute. And for many years, we kept in touch with the family because he left a very, very young family, and we had an initiative in which we would crowdfund and raise money to support the family. But he basically died a destitute with nothing, and yet he had worked in government for several years. He lost his job just because he exposed the Goldenberg scandal. We have many others. I don't know whether Spencer is here, but we had lined up to also hear from the whistleblower of the Masai Mara case. And we know what happened to Spencer. He has had a very hard, the last, 5 or 6 years have been very hard for him. He ended up losing his job at the Masai Mara University. He's gone to court to challenge the wrongful dismissal from his job. That case is still pending. Meanwhile, the person who was caught live on camera planning and executing that particular theft went to court to challenge her wrongful dismissal and was awarded, is it over 80 million Kenya shillings for wrongful dismissal. Later on, she was actually acquitted of those charges. And yet, in my mind, I thought that was one of the best documented corruption cases in this country. It just shows you how things really don't go in favor of people who come out, who really are brave enough, and who risk everything to bring cases of corruption to the public light. And that tells you that we really need to do much, much more to protect those people who are brave enough to report cases of corruption. There are many other cases, and we will be speaking about them today, and we just want to celebrate those whistleblowers today, but also take this moment to think about the next critical steps towards finally getting in place a whistleblower protection legislative and also institutional framework, because as it is now, we don't even have an institution which can comprehensively protect those who whistleblow cases of corruption. When you look at the last ethics and anti-corruption and ethics and corruption survey across the country, that was for 2022, released early, or was it late last year or early this year? And it still decries the number of people who will report cases of corruption. And many people will not report cases of corruption because they fear acts of reprisal, intimidation. And this is what whistleblowers go through. And we really need to see how we can change the landscape to make it safe for people to report corruption. In regard to the legislation, I know we'll also be touching a little bit on this, but something, as I said, for the last 11 years we have been pushing. We currently have the draft in Senate that is being pushed by a member of Parliament. We also have the draft in not the draft, but the bill in the National Assembly as well. And we had invited Honorable Irene Kasalu, but unfortunately, being a Monday, she's still at the constituency, but she says she's with us, and she's still pushing on with that initiative that she has to push the bill also at the National Assembly. And we also know that there have been renewed efforts by the Office of the Attorney General, and most recently, they conducted a technical review of the whistleblower draft. So there are various interventions. We hope that at some point they can come together, but we have also tried to be pragmatic as civil society and said, let us support the various processes and see which one is able to lead us to that, I don't know that to call it canon, or take us to the point where the bill is finally enacted. So various initiatives, and we'll shed light on more on what we can be able to do in terms of the legislation, in terms of the institutional strengthening, but also in terms of just creating the right environment so that people can have that courage to be able to speak out on corruption cases. So for us, we continue to affirm our commitments to support whistleblowers We've supported them in their cases in court, and we'll continue to see what else we can be able to do and really advocate for the enactment of whistleblower protection policies and laws. And to all our partners, we really just want to also appreciate the continued support that you have continued to give us, the cooperation, the collaboration, and that you continue to give us towards our vision of a corruption-free society, and we will stop at nothing but that. Viva Kenya! Viva Kenya! Thank you very much.
Viva Kenya indeed. Great concern, 11 years later, and we are yet to see an effective law to protect whistleblowers. That's indeed a great concern. So even as we meet today, let's think about the next critical steps to comprehensively protect whistleblowers. Very quickly, please appreciate FCDO's Gal Levin, who has just joined us. A big round of applause for her. Thank you so much. Welcome. All right, we do have specific speakers who will come speak to us. But before that, we want to celebrate the key partners. But there was a question we asked you. Can we have that? Aha. So have you participated in any corrupt activity this year? I wonder what I don't know really means. But okay, 65% of us are patriotic Kenyans. Is there one of those who said yes, who would want to give a testimony? No, seriously, so that we can help you. But okay. So in 1 minute, a big round of applause. Get me the microphone. A microphone, please, very quickly. So we want to understand. So how is it that you were pushed to it? And I'm sure you're planning differently now that you're part of this summit, isn't it? Okay, your name? In 1 minute, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Wambani Edward. I was processing a land title deed, and it was not coming forth. I had to part with the money to get it.
Wait. Honesty.
Just to get the forms rubber stamped for them to go forward, I had to give money. Just to go and collect my title deed, I had to give money. It can't move. That's how corrupt Kenya is. Even now, police officers are on the road collecting money. Even now, teachers are leaving parents motivation for teachers, which is corruption institutionalized.
I see her agreeing with you. Just give her the microphone. I want to hear from her. So why is it that you agree with him? Go ahead. Your name?
My name is Darmi Hussein. I think I agree with him totally, because in one way or the other, we have either paid something that is not supposed to, or we have ignored something. We've turned a blind eye to something that we were supposed to report or do something about. Yes, thank you so much.
Okay. Makofi ao tafadhali. Thank you so much. It's the House of Honesty, and that's why it's the People's Anti-Corruption Summit. We want to make sure that when we leave here, we can have very tangible action points in retelling our story. But before we continue on with further discussions, ladies and gentlemen, we want to listen to some of the key partners here. From the Danish Embassy, a big round of applause to Bwana Joseph Kimani. Karibu sana, 5 minutes, we'll appreciate. Karibu sana. And because we are really, it's 10:01, so once you hear that sound, that's a clock. That means you have just 1 minute to wind up. But anyways, go ahead, take it away.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning once again. Viva TI, viva! Viva! Viva Kenya, viva! Viva! Thank you very much. Let me start by appreciating the invitation from Transparency International. I bring greetings from the management of the Royal Danish Embassy. We are very pleased to be here today. The fight against corruption requires an all-of-society approach. And that's why today, really, when you talk about the People's Anti-Corruption Summit, it is aptly named, because there is absolutely no way that we shall be able to fight corruption if all of us don't engage in this fight against this scourge. So this is a very apt event today, which emphasizes the all of society approach. Let me commend Transparency International Kenya for your very bold vision. I always like looking at the vision of Transparency International. And as you can see here, the vision of TI is a corruption-free society. Please say it with me, a corruption-free society. Let's just say it again because this is a very significant statement. A corruption-free society. So Sheila and company, well done, because you have really set it out and you are determined to ensure that you do everything that you can to foster a corruption-free society. I am sure all of us agree here that corruption is a major drain on our resources. And indeed, ladies and gentlemen, we must not only hate corruption, but we must absolutely hate corruption. Do you agree with me? We must absolutely hate corruption. So indeed, I know by showing up here means that we are determined indeed to do our part in the fight against corruption. As we continue in this fight against corruption, I wish for all of us that our courage be strong. Sheila mentioned some of the people that have paid very heavy personal prices for what they have done in terms of fighting corruption. So we ask for courage as we continue to fight corruption. May our spirits be unwavering. There will be times that we will be confronted with difficult challenges, with exceptional challenges. But may our spirits in those dark times, in those difficult times, be unwavering. And may our determination be total. May our determination be total. So thank you very much once again for the invitation. Please be assured of the Royal Danish Embassy support in this. Transparency International, you are our good friends. I come here to rededicate the commitment of the embassy to working with you. Thank you very much and all the best.
It's an all-people initiative. We must absolutely hate corruption. May our spirits be unwavering. Thank you so much indeed. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, in the next 5 minutes, Inuka is Dr. Kawive Wambua. Dr. Kawive Wambua, are you here? If you're not here, thank you so much, though. Not yet. Thank you so much. IRCK, we do have Irene Kizito, Deputy Executive Director. Karibu sana. Makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much. And remember, keep your phones set. We'll be using the Menti platform very soon. Karibu sana.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me say what is not supposed to be said. I adapt all the protocols observed earlier by Sheila. So I'm Tumishi from IRCK. That's a new term I've learned this morning. I work from the Interreligious Council of Kenya. And before I speak, I would like to maybe introduce the people that I am representing. So I would like to request all religious leaders present to stand. Yeah, thank you very much. Those are religious leaders from, just representatives from some of the counties that are actively involved in the fight against anti-corruption. And I want to thank you all for making it. Some of them have come from very far. I can see Mombasa, Kakamega, Isiolo, Kilifi, Nairobi, and other places. Asanteni, you can have your seat. So the religious leaders represent different faith communities. As you know, IRCK is a coalition of 9 major faith communities in Kenya, including Christians, Muslims, and the Hindus. And they have come together as a coalition that is coordinated through the Interreligious Council of Kenya. So we are very pleased to be part of this celebration, and I want to assure everyone that the religious leaders are committed in this fight against anti-corruption. And they are doing a lot. Over the years, the Interreligious Council has continued to be at the forefront in the fight against corruption. And one of the things that we have done as IRCK is to enter into an MOU with the EACC, where the religious leaders have committed to activate all the religious structures across the country against corruption. And they're involved in many ways. Many of them are members of what is known as anti-corruption committees at the county level, and they're engaging at different levels. Many times they speak in the media against corrupt practices. They're also involved in resolving and pointing out corruption practices at the county level and also within the religious institutions. The priorities of IRCK in terms of corruption are many, but majorly the religious leaders, their strength really is in promoting values, inculcating values among the children, among the congregants, because these people who are practicing corruption, it really depends on the values they have. If they haven't been told that corruption is wrong, they haven't differentiated wrong from evil, then that's where the problem begins. So the religious leaders through the religious platforms are doing that role, inculcating values among the congregants against corruption. We have also done a publication that is helping religious leaders. We call it Faith Communities Against Corruption. This publication has also been contextualized, and scriptures of Islam, Christian, and Hindu put just to remind people that some of these things that we are talking about, corruption, are also spoken against by the books of faith. So we have combined that and developed a publication that the religious leaders are using in their work against corruption. In terms of our commitment in protecting the whistleblowers, the IRCK is committed to continuing deepening partnership with the like-minded partners. For example, we're in this consortium with Transparency International, among others. We'll continue to work with all like-minded civil society organizations to ensure that we put a spotlight on the need for whistleblower protection. We will continue to engage and participate in lobbying and advocating for legislation that will ensure that the whistleblower protection policy becomes law. So you can count on our support. We'll continue to hold hands with all partners to ensure that this is done and that we don't have a repeat of what happened to the case that Sheila shared with us this morning. We should end, so that we need to have more Kenyans coming out and speaking against corruption wherever they see it. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Via X, Instagram, Facebook, whatever social media platform you are on, please make sure you have the hashtag Africa Against Corruption. Africa Against Corruption. But before we move on, we're able to get Menti once again. There's just a question there. I understand we have several people from the different parts of this country. We heard earlier on from somebody all the way from Nakuru. Good to see you. Makofi yake tafadhali. All the way from Nakuru. So we want to find out. So just go back, just go back. Back. There's a question before this. We're just asking you a simple question. Which organization do you represent? If it's a county, just type it in. Just type it in on your phone. But so we have Nakuru. Any other county? Kakamega. Makofi yao tafadhali. Kakamega wako hapa, karibuni sana. In fact, Mombasa. Makofi ya Mombasa tafadhali. Isiolo wako hapa pia, asante sana. Please type in. Kilifi wako hapa pia, Wengine mko hapa? Najua Nairobi tuko hapa, lakini wengine? Haya. So which organization? Any other organization will appreciate celebrating you. But in the meantime, why don't we celebrate the key partners? We have USAID, makofi yao tafadhali. USAID is here. Asante sana, looking at that list. Thank you so. Uraia wako hapa, makofi yao tafadhali. Interreligious Council of Kenya, makofi yao. Diaconia Global Compact Network Kenya. We have Kenya Human Rights Commission, Inuka Nisisi, Mzalendo, APNAC, TISA, AMWIC, TI Kenya. Makofi yao tafadhali. Well done, well done. We celebrate all of you. And before we hear personal testimonials of people who are saying, I have been a whistleblower. Ladies and gentlemen, let's listen to this other partner. A big round of applause to Association of Media Women in Kenya, Quinta Mbori. Karibu sana.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Viva TI, viva.
Viva.
That's not energetic enough. Viva TI, viva.
Viva.
Thank you very much. My name is Quinta Mbori. I'm the Executive Director at the Association of Media Women in Kenya. Before I give my few remarks, maybe I could also use this opportunity to recognize all journalists, media practitioners, members of AMWIC in the house. Please stand up, be upstanding. Let's celebrate you. Thank you. You may have your seats. We bring you warm greetings from the Association of Media Women in Kenya, which is the National Association for all women in media, PR, and communications. We have presence in all the 47 counties in Kenya, and we are very excited to be part and parcel of this 8th Africa Anti-Corruption Day that is being celebrated in 2024. A brief about the Association of Media Women in Kenya. We were established about 42 years ago. We are a membership association, and some of our thematic areas include media development and membership, gender and governance, women economic development, digital safety and security, sexual reproductive health and rights, among other issues. On a day like this, I would just like to highlight 3 issues. One is the state of corruption in Kenya. Statistics have been done, and according to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Survey done in 2023, Kenyans believe that corruption in this country is high, and going by the recent protests, we can almost affirm that corruption cases need a bit of action in this country. The second thing that I would like to highlight is press freedom. There seems to be a direct correlation between press freedom and corruption in this way, because as a media, our role is to provide information on public sector corruption, particularly where government activity is not very clear. The media, particularly investigative journalists, they play a crucial role in exposing corruption. But there's a catch, and that brings me to my third issue, the threat to freedom. According to Transparency International Kenya, 87% of Kenyans witness bribery incidents but do not come forth with reports on corruption, citing fear of intimidation and reprisal. This has a direct implication on the press freedom. The extent to which journalists can assist in detecting corruption depends on whether the media is free and independent. And when you talk about corruption, then you also understand that the people who we relate to as sources are actually, in one way or the other, also referred to as the whistleblowers. And therefore, whistleblowers and journalists have been affected in one way or the other for their role in exposing corruption. So as I stand here today, and in line with this year's theme of Africa Anti-Corruption Day, I urge all those here present, governments and other stakeholders to recognize the very powerful and significant role of whistleblowers by establishing and going by the theme of this year's day, effective whistleblowers protection mechanism, which is a critical tool in the fight against corruption. Now, the lack of a comprehensive whistleblower protection law in Kenya is a real threat to press freedom and is a matter that we need to collectively address. Thank you very much. Viva TI, viva. Viva.
Thank you so much indeed. I was just concerned, maybe just a repeat of the percentage of people who have witnessed corruption, but they were afraid. 87%. 87%. All right, thank you. A big round of applause. Now, let me just confirm that you have witnessed corruption and you reported. Anyone? Or you were afraid to report? Just your testimony, because you witnessed, you saw it, but you went like, you know, man.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm Cosmas Muto from Nakuru. And in terms of corruption, for normal Kenyan like me, wale muna drive, you are better off. We are coming there. We use matatu every day and public transport. We see it happen every time. We see the drivers being stopped by a police. They give some money, but sometimes we fear reporting because how will watu wanakuambia we are in a hurry, wacha apeane twende. Let them give and we proceed with the journey. So I think that is very common scenario that we face every day, but we have aided that because we are not confident enough to speak out. For normal Kenyans like me who don't drive. Yes.
Aya, any other normal Kenyan? Aya, tuingie hapa.
One time we had to sort of, what can I say, tolerate our corruption incidents because we were trying to save a life. This is 2019 and we could not access ICU beds in Kenya. But upon calling a direct contact because we knew a doctor, they were able to link us to an ICU bed because we knew them. We did not have to contribute anything. But even so, a relative had gone earlier to check if there were beds and they were told no. And I was rushed to transfer my patient from the hospital that we were at to this hospital because this bed would then go.
Wow. I saw her agreeing with you. What are your thoughts in regards to that?
Good morning, everyone. I think that's the case in for many Kenyans. Sometimes when you're pushed to the corner and you need something very, very urgent, and you're thinking of the consequences. For this case, they were about to lose a relative, and this is something that nobody would stand. You'd be forced to participate in corruption. It happens every time.
All right. Big round of applause for them. They've shared. There's another comment there. Yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
Morning, comrades. My name is John Paul from Mombasa. And this goes back to the counties in terms of corruption and if you're able to report. If there's any MCA in the house, we don't mean to demean you, but it happens whereby in financial year 2019-2020, one of the MCAs in Mombasa, what he did was he was part of the agriculture committee. They bought one-day-old chicks at 100 shillings from the farmers. But the final report, look at the budgetary reports, indicated that they bought at 1,400. So the farmers were wondering, how did this happen? So you have to expose. So it means you have to have information, it should be evidence-based, and then you have to engage without any fear. So kama unaogopa, toka nje uende. Thank you very much.
Okay. Makofi yao lakini. You know, we're here. Okay, there's another comment there. Yeah, Stoke, we need you here so that we can build up the momentum. Go ahead.
Viva TI, viva.
Viva.
Viva RCK, viva. I think it was 1.5 years back, IRCK did an ESA intelligence, that is intelligence reporting in the health sector and the education sector. And what we found was a mass. In the hospitals, in the health sector, the medicine does not come to the hospital. It goes to somebody's pharmacy. So when the doctor writes a prescription, he tells you clearly, you should go to that pharmacy and buy the medicine which is given free by the government to our people in Kenya. What we discovered is that we have normalized corruption as a way of living. So if you don't do it, you are looked at, where are you coming from? This is normal. It is normal. When you question, why are you questioning? This is normal. We have reached that stage. I really liked what the Danish embassy person said, because I'm being honest, we had given up. We really need total determination. We really need that sense of being a true Kenyan and stop this thing. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much indeed. What Joseph Kimani told us, we must absolutely hate corruption. Do you know what? The amazing thing is we can always learn from other jurisdictions. What have they done in the fight against corruption? Ladies and gentlemen, in the next couple of minutes, a big round of applause to Deputy Mission Director, USAID, Ms. Sheila Rockit. Makofi yake tafadhali.
Sheila Masinde, Executive Director of Transparency International, religious leaders, members of the diplomatic corps, donors, journalists, members of the media, all generations of the youth at heart, from the baby boomers to Gen X. Other Sheila corruption fighters in the room. Mtumishi, all protocols observed. Good morning. A corruption-free society is a great vision indeed. Viva TI Kenya, viva!
Viva!
It is wonderful to be with you here today, and a special thanks to Transparency International Kenya for organizing this summit, and to all of you who have taken time out of your lives to be here today. Today's summit is one of several activities that TI Kenya has organized to commemorate African Anti-Corruption Day in Kenya. At a time when the young people are organizing to demand action against corruption, it is vital to come together to discuss the efforts that can highlight the role of whistleblowing in Kenya, to increase awareness on the adverse effects of corruption and the need for reforms, and to celebrate the courageous actions of the people who have fought against corruption. The theme of this year's commemoration, effective whistleblower protection, is essential to progress in Kenya, across Africa, and globally. The United States has consistently supported the strengthening of governance, institution, and processes. This has included helping to improve compliance with Kenya's public financial management laws and supporting reforms to reduce fraud, waste, and abuse at the national and county levels. Corruption and mismanagement of public resources are among the key concerns raised by young Kenyans these past few weeks. Thus, an increased commitment to strengthening Kenya's fight against corruption is needed. Comprehensive and dedicated whistleblowing protection legislation is an important building block for institutionalizing governance reforms. It is important that whistleblower policies are independently monitored. This is a recurring theme of many public audit reports and strategic plans of state agencies. Lack of whistleblower protection legislation provides a loophole for unscrupulous actors who would pressure subordinates to turn a blind eye or to cover up corrupt acts. The purpose of legislation is to ensure that whistleblowers don't face retaliation, harassment, intimidation, or dismissal from employment, as we heard in the example earlier today. People should always feel empowered to shine a light on corrupt acts without fear of retaliation. In the United States, whistleblower protections have played an important role in rooting out unethical behavior. It has become part and parcel to the way we operate. And each year, I take a mandatory whistleblower protection training as a requirement of my job as a civil servant. Enshrining whistleblower protections in law is also critical to attracting foreign investment. Private capital is drawn to countries where checks and balances are in place to prevent corruption. When the policy environment promotes transparency and accountability, donors like USAID can more easily give resources directly to Kenyan organizations, one of our top priorities as we champion locally led development. We commend the ongoing efforts by parliamentarians and civil society to develop whistleblower protection mechanisms, and we want to see that final legislation reflects the input from stakeholders here in this room and elsewhere. And of course, once the legislation is passed, the law needs to be successfully implemented. During Kenya's state visit to the United States in May, President Ruto said, and I quote, "Recognizing that accountability and integrity are essential for enhancing democratic governance, the fight against corruption is a fundamental imperative." That same day, the United States government announced additional funding to support anti-corruption efforts, including the whistleblower protection law. This work will be implemented by Transparency International in partnership with the Association of Media Women in Kenya, Global Compact Network Kenya, and the Interreligious Council of Kenya, all of those who we've heard from already this morning and are here today. To conclude, I want to thank Transparency International Kenya and all of our partners working across the country every day to advance transparency, accountability that impacts all Kenyans throughout the country. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much indeed. We support your partnership. People should always feel empowered to shine the light on corrupt activities without fear. Those people include, let's have Menti there, which organizations are here? Let's see those organizations, if we can have them on the screen. So we have Kakamega County, Mkwapi. Asante, makofi yao tafadhali. I can see Kariobangi Social Justice. Ndugu, are you going to be empowered to fight corruption? Talk to us. Talk to us. Your name, so far, what are you getting? What are you getting? What are you getting?
Comrades power. Comrades power.
Power.
Do we have the power? Ruto must go. Definitely he has to go. If corruption, we have to fight the corruption, it has to start with the president himself, trickling down to the bottom. But deep down, as the people, we have a great responsibility, because we are also the people who, in one way or another, contribute to corruption. We elect corrupt leaders knowingly. But I think in this forum, we also need to be able to understand the magnitude of corruption and how corruption impacts our lives. But I feel empowered. I'm just here also to be able to listen. Today I'm doing a lot of listening, but when an opportunity to speak comes, we'll be able to speak. But at the end of the day, when we go out, we must be public noisemakers because silence kills.
Yeah.
Yes.
Noisemakers, making sense. Makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. So please, don't be left out here. Don't be left out here. These are the people. You are the people. We are the people who will make the difference. Let's get empowered for real. Everybody, let's just be upstanding for a moment. Let's just be upstanding for a moment. We need to all have our, what I call, from my Kung Fu master, your daily dozen. He talks about your daily dozen. There are things that you do every single day, regardless of whether it's raining, it's cold, whatever. So, everything on the screen. Okay, everybody, let's go. Everybody, come on. You've got to be strong to see the future. Volume to Fadali. Come on. This is for everybody. You've got to be strong. Let's go. It's got to be a fight. But we need you healthy. We need you alive so that you can speak out. Come on. Try it. That's it. Makofi tafadhali. Thank you so much. You can kindly take your seats. We have to participate actively. Now, let's move on to the third question. Next, on mentoring. Let's move on to the next question. The following, next one. We have a question here that we need your input on, because clearly we need everyone to be part of this journey. What should be the top priority? We're looking at top priority areas for the fight against corruption in Kenya. We've made it normal. Just came to know that we have normal people, normal Kenyans. I wonder the others are called what? But what should be the top priority areas for the fight against corruption? We're using this particular platform so that we can get your words as they are from you. But in case you want to raise comment, question, all right. Kutoka Nakuru. Na Kakamega, please be ready. You microphone, Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Viva, comrade, viva! Viva, TI, viva! You seem not to be ready to fight corruption. Because corruption requires energy. My name is Martin Lunala, as I said, and the topmost area of priority of my interest is through the Ministry of Health of the Republic of Kenya. And this is my concern, that we need to have ministries in this country that involves people during policy reforms, policy legislation, and policy implementation. We've seen the Ministry of Health in the Republic of Kenya not involving the key stakeholders, the citizens themselves, to prioritize what they want inputted in the document that are supposed to offer service delivery. We need to see a clear participatory involvement of Kenyans, more especially at the county levels, because we know despite health being devolved, we still have a lot of power at the national level. So we want to see the CS for Health declaring that when they are doing reproductive health policies, when they are doing adolescent, young people, sexual reproductive health policies, they are having the right voices on the table to discuss what are these key issues that are undermining the rights of Kenyans.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Next, we have a microphone there. We kindly request that we have the microphones all over the place. We've got a microphone. Jina lako tafadhali? Na kama unaweza weka iwe dakika moja tutashukuru ili kila mmoja wetu
aweze. My name is Charles Okwemba, HSC from Kakamega. The key priority area that I would like to be taken in is the leadership. Leadership, I talk of politicians. They come down, they bribe people. So in normal cases, we don't elect the rightful people. So that should be corrected. Number two is the public participation issue. The people that are taken to the forums for public participation are not the rightful people. They are corrupted by the county governments, and they discuss nothing, but they pass the bills. Thank you.
Next. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
This is a greeting of peace. My white hair betray my age. When you talk about Gen Z, we get confused because we don't even know where to place ourselves. Anyhow, having been in this field for quite some time, we have witnessed a lot of corruption. I'm a human rights defender for the past 30 plus years, and I've become increasingly frustrated. We talk a lot here. I find it amusing. We know what corruption is. We know what it has done to this country. We have reported, we have fought it. We are going nowhere. This is the reality. We talk about, I was a bit inspired when Kibaki came to power, when people started arresting police officers in the streets and corrupt government officers. We know this guy, I don't know, is it Gathongo? I don't remember his name, who had a whole ministry fighting corruption. A few years down the line, the ministry collapsed, simply because people in power and corrupt fight back. Corruption runs across board, whether it is at the national government level or even in the civil society areas. It is everywhere. I've reported cases to anti-corruption bodies, all these independent commissions. I've gone to NIS, ICC, DCI. As late as last week, I wrote a letter. I come from Kibra. The local administration is corrupt completely. I've been going to that office and reporting corruption, but nothing happens. So the area of priority, I wouldn't like to give a whole history because it's long. We need an effective mechanism to fight corruption, an effective, independent mechanism. I'm not going to give solutions here. It's an, I don't know, independent body, I don't know. But we need an effective way where you can report corruption and see action being taken. I wouldn't say exactly what it is. And I wish Jay-Z's, you call yourself Gen Z's, you have the staying power to bring some sanity into our governance systems. Because the governing structure is corrupt by itself. It corrupts everything. Na vile kijana amesema hapa, sitaki kusema mingi, lakini ukitaanza kuoga unaanza kuoga kutoka kwa kichwa. I think you understand what I mean.
Officer Fadhali, asante sana.
My name is Ahmed Said from Isiolo. I'm an elder. I don't want to repeat what my colleagues have already stated. I'm in agreement that corruption is very serious in this country. But I want to remind you, all of you, and touch your hearts. We are going to be accountable to God. All of us will go back to God. Whether you have acquired wealth illegally, even a cent, that day of judgment, you will be in problems. My advice is before you leave this one, if you have taken return, haitakusaidia ile kitu that might allow corruption, corrupt people. Mhongo au umehonga, kwanza utashimisha kabla pumzi haijatoka. Ukienda kwa Mungu, hiyo ni unajiwekea. We want to remind you this, young people, everyone. Let us smile our leaders. Not only the leaders, the Kenya's entity, that corruption itakuletea shida, haitakuwa shida. Hata ukiwa bilionea, ni shida tu unaletea familia yako na watoto wako. Kwa hiyo mwito leo, rudisha kama ulichukua. Kama wazazi wako wanakufa, rudisha. You know, when I die, to rest. Watu wanasema wanaenda kuzika. Huko ndio maisha ya milele na shida itakuwa mingi. And let us inculcate our traditional, our national religious values in our youngsters. You are not greedy. You are not greedy. Let us tuko na shida ambayo inayovuka sote, lazima tuinculcate in our young our national values, traditional values, religious values, and fear of Almighty. That's all.
Ladies and gentlemen,
check. Are you clean? If you're clean, put up your hand. Put up your hand. Straight.
My name is Kenneth, and since I started working in different areas, I've never done
Why don't I give you a standing ovation? Since he started thinking, he has not been able to do it. That's the spirit. And let me let's hear
according to the Christian consciousness, when you are conscious, to avoid yourself, avoid yourself very materialistic, cosmetic materialistic manifestation, because that will end up committing corruption, ending up committing different things in this society, challenges that we are facing. It is very important that we, when we are elected in our seats, it is important that we keep on the idea of following the Constitution, because constitutionalism is the best key for everything. So my hope goes all the entire leaders in this world, that each and every country has got a constitution, and the constitution is like a Bible, is like a bracket that gives us directions. Before we are elected as leaders, we must read the constitution. For me to be a senator, or for me to be a governor, I have to know my responsibility. I have to keep in touch with the people, because people is leadership. Because also in people are the ones who will ensure that they've given you everything in terms of support, giving you strength. That is talking about especially chapter 1 of the Constitution is put on the advantage of the people. Then chapter 4 of the Constitution, chapter 1 says very well, all the sovereign power belongs to the people. where we belong in the country. Any citizen.
It is the Constitution.
The Constitution.
Yeah, chapter 4 of the Constitution speaking about the Bill of Rights. Yeah,
we have freedom, we have right to expression.
Kenneth, we'll talk. Thank you so much. We'll talk.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Just Mahinda from Nakuru. I'm very passionate on matters of disability. Having worked with persons with disability and working for an organization that supports and promotes the rights of PWDs, I believe this is one area that most of us, we actually coerce PWDs or their caregivers to get into corrupt activities. Because of their vulnerability, we take advantage. And to me, I would say in all the sectors, in an era where we are advocating for inclusion, in an era where we are advocating for persons with disability, if it is the children, they do not necessarily need to go to special schools. They need to be integrated in our ordinary schools. But as school says, this is a child on wheelchair. How do we manage them? And because the parent really wants this child to go to this school, probably because they are still very young, they get into corrupt activities. They pay extra to the teacher to manage this child. I mean, these are things we should come alive to. A person who requires just a little assistance in our hospitals, in our buildings, we cannot help free of charge. You know, we coerce PWDs to get into corrupt activities. Can we change this? Thank you.
Thank you so much indeed. Thank you so much. Before we continue on with further discussion, we have a powerful team here. I hope they're ready. Challenging us to be excellent. Whatever you have, do it well, do it well, do it excellently. You don't have to bribe your way. I see those hands, Wasani, Sana, Mukutari. One powerful presentation. Makofi out for that.
biro go ikoto chopo. Kisumo nyocha riambo bera nyago tiena duno nyajo dongo. Parandalo bera nyago tiena duno nyajo dongo.
Chamriambo kot biro go ikoto chopo. Chamriambo kot biro go ikoto chopo.
Yawa jamiriambo kot biro go ikoto chopo. Jamiriambo kot biro go ikoto chopo.
Chamriambo kot biro go. Chamriambo kot biro go ikoto chopo.
Mombasa nyoja donyo kuna newa bayo kawan genyako. Parandalo bera nyago tiena duno nyajo dongo.
Chamriambo kot biro go ikoto chopo. Chamriambo kot biro go ikoto chopo.
Kisumo nyoja chopo bera nyago tiena duno nyajo dongo. Parandalo bera nyago tiena duno nyajo dongo.
Chamriambo kot biro go ikoto chopo. Chamriambo kot biro go ikoto chopo.
Obera godi bai obera nyago tiena koro rumo. Wanero mpacho obera nyago tiena duno nyajo dongo.
Chamriambo kot biro go ikoto chopo. Chamriambo kot biro go ikoto chopo.
Obera godi bai obera nyago tiena koro rumo. Wanero mpacho obera nyago tiena duno nyajo dongo.
Chamriambo kot biro go ikoto chopo. Chamriambo kot biro go ikoto chopo.
Obera godi bai obera nyago tiena koro rumo. Wanero mpacho obera nyago tiena duno nyajo dongo.
Chamriambo kot biro go ikoto chopo.
Wow, aya.
Karibuni.
Aya. Inasema debate imeisha.
Kama unaweza kusimama unasimama.
Era tero ya nyara Lagos. Kala no yiro mama dundo biro mna. Ya era nyara Lagos. Kisumo ne wagoje okuna dongi yonge. Ya era nyara Lagos. Kala no yiro mama dundo biro mna. Ya era nyara Lagos. Kala no yiro mama dundo biro mna. Ya era nyara Lagos. Kisumo ne wagoje okuna dongi yonge. Ya era nyara Lagos. Kala no yiro mama dundo biro mna. Kala no yiro mama dundo biro mna. Kala no kopiba mama dundo biro mna. Kala no muriba mama juworo mupacho. Kala no muriba mama juworo mupacho. Obera nyago tiena koro rumo. Wanero mpacho obera nyago.
I'll just find myself being corrupt or participating in corruption.
I'm trying to create awareness, educating community leaders on how they should handle their citizens with transparency, and just coming up with legal aid forums to create awareness.
Ufisadi inaanza na mimi mwenyewe. Nikiatia sheria hiyo inaleta ufisadi irudi nyuma. La pili, nikiona mtu especially hapa Kisumu tuko na watu wa county. Kuna mtu anaweza kukuja kudai usuru. Na akifika usuru saa zingine imewekwa hata kama ni 100. Mtu anakuja anakuambia umpatie 50, akupatie risiti. Sasa ni jukumu langu nikataa kulipa nusu, nilipe full, nipigana na ufisadi.
My personal responsibility is to find these avenues. When we find avenues where the corruption is happening, whether it's the Huduma centers, whether it's the government institutions, we have to raise our voice. I have to raise my voice. And every Kenyan has to do that.
My personal contribution is 1, I have to be a law-abiding citizen. Number 2, I have to be responsible, even to learn as a good example and role model to the society.
Kama mwana bodaboda, jambo la kwanza katika idara yangu ya bodaboda katika Uasin Gishu, ninajaribu sana kuelimisha wenzangu. Apili pia kama kuna jambo ambalo limefanyika, tunapenda kureport.
I don't give out small whenever I'm asked by even the police officers. I don't give out anything, and I always do what's supposed to be done. Whenever I'm caught in the wrong side of the law, I have to face the law the way it is. And I always speak about it. I always raise my voice. I always say this is wrong. However much, people may not take me serious because people will ask you, where do you come from? Because they believe that corruption it's a norm. But for me, I just say no to it. However small it may be, I always stand with my integrity. Whether I'm seen by anybody, whether I'm not seen, I'll always say no.
As an advocate of disability rights and inclusion and somebody who works with the communities, 1, it's empowering people to understand their human rights and also to understand their opportunities and to understand their rights when it comes to those opportunities. And also to enlighten the community to understand things like the public participation. When a public bill is being passed at a local level, they have to participate and be part of that planning.
My fight against corruption comes in whereby, since I'm a writer, I usually write pieces that condemn the people who are engaged in corruption. At the same time, I'm also into acting. So we also have some drama and, let's say, series. There's a series I've worked on that is against embezzlement of funds. Yeah, so we are creating awareness to fight against it.
The first thing that I'm doing to fight corruption is tracking of the county government promises using the manifesto, and that I'm referring to the Mombasa County. And the next thing that I'm doing is participating in these budget processes. I also do participate in the community sensitization.
As an activist, I have a responsibility. First, not to promote corruption. Secondly, to assist culprits or to assist people who are involved in corruption, who are negatively affected by corruption, and at the same time to create awareness about this issue to the local community that I live in.
Mimi kama mimi mtu wa bodaboda napigana na ofisadi ile nikishikwa na polisi, niko na driving license, niko na insurance, polisi akinishika paka nipeleke tu kotini kwa sababu niko na kila kitu. Sasa kama anataka pesa nitamwambia mimi nipeleke ndani, nipeleke kotini.
Aha. Inuka ni sisi. And to talk to us more about that and more, before we watch the next video, a big round of applause to Dr. Kawive Wambua. Karibu sana. Yeah, it's okay.
Maria asubuhi. Good morning. There is a saying for those who go to church, which people mouth all the time. God is good. You see? But what is the goodness of God when you as a person, you keep on saying God is good all the time, and you as a person have never asked yourself that question. Are you good? Don't ask somebody else, ask yourself, are you good? Mujiulize. Ask yourself actively. This is a participatory session. Am I good? What does good mean? What is the purpose of your life, and what is the goal that you set for yourself? Have you ever imagined yourself as corrupting your own way to goodness? Kwa sababu imam, nafikiri wewe ni imam, amesema kwamba it is God to whom we shall return. It is God to whom we should account. Now you are made in the image of God. And this is where I would like us to begin. Watu wakisema inuka ni sisi, ni kumaanisha kwamba ni wewe mwenyewe uamke useme what is your contribution to corruption or to the goodness of the world. It's about culture. One of the institutions that is collaborating with us, called Uraia, has a value which is called Utu. And Utu is also called Ubuntu in Shona language. And Ubuntu and Utu means I am because you are. So we will not be talking about corruption here if you add Utu. If Kenya add Utu, we would not have our children or ourselves in the streets saying we don't want to be oppressed. Sindio? Kwa nini nimeongea vibaya? Tungekuwa na utu katika nchi hii, we will not have our children out in the streets saying that we are oppressed, we are jobless, we do not have support from the government, we do not want our parents to suffer. We want our education to be good education. We will not have that. So I think we should all embrace, and this is at the individual level, because it's from the individual that then we get a community, and from the community that we get a society. So let's start at the individual level. Do you have Utu? Can you account to yourself about yourself? You know, this youngsters, if you are clean, stand up. There's only one person who stood up, for your information. One. Did you notice? Muli notice? Sasa tunaongea nini hapa? What are we talking about? I don't sit there righteously with sanctimony, Unakaa hapo unasema hata mimi lakini unaona hii sawa tu. No. Talk to yourself. Talk to your children. Talk to your parents. Talk to your community. Let us build a community that is corruption free. Na yule mtu ambaye unanyamaza, wewe ni mfanyikazi, unaona director wa organization unafanya akiiba ama akipeana tenda kwa wenzake na unanyamaza, you are as guilty as that director. Huwezi kusimama hapa useme ati walifanya na mimi. If you saw it and you didn't do anything about it, then you are even worse off than the person who is stealing, because at least they steal, they benefit. You see people be stealing and you don't benefit and you keep quiet.
Yeah.
They're actually even not very wise. Si ni ukweli? So that one person who stood and you did not stand and you are seated here, let us start with utu. Let us start with self introspection. Let us start with self evaluation. Vitu vidogo vidogo tu. Unatuma mtoto kwa duka, unampea shilingi 5 ya switi. What are you doing? Kama ni mtoto unamtuma kwa duka, unamtuma kwa duka, si ndio? Huyu mtoto ukimpa shilingi 5 ya switi, fine, unasema ni mtoto wako, unamlisha vizuri, lakini kesho atademand switi kutoka kwa majiri wake. Mwambie unataka mimi niende hii kazi, bwana niangalie. That is how culture starts. It starts with small innocuous things that you don't realize, that you don't plan for, that look ordinary, that look even usual. So I would say that Inuka as an organization was founded by a whistleblower, John Githongo. You know him very well. John Githongo started Inuka after he was run out of town by all the people who wanted him to keep quiet. He saw people stealing, he said. Then they ran him out of town. Then they followed him and took him to court. Then the court charged him, was it 50 million, for saying that people were stealing. For saying that, he's taken to court and he's charged that amount of money just for saying that people were stealing. So fighting corruption is not cheap. It comes at a personal expense. But it is the way. And the way must be the way that we follow. Kuna mwandishi mmoja anaitwa Aikwei Ama, ameandika kitabu inaitwa 2000 Seasons. Anasema kwa hicho kitabu kwamba our way as Africa is the way of reciprocity. If you cannot reciprocate for being alive, for being a human being, for having children, for having a family, for having friends, and you reciprocate by doing good, and doing good is like uprooting corruption, then you are not in the way. You are not in our way. Kuwa uhai wako, kuwa uhai si kitu rahisi. Don't take it for granted. You should pay for your being alive by being corrupt free and fighting corruption. Thank you so much.
Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Makofi yake nyingine tafadhali. You know, this is a story as we move, and we'll be listening to some of the key representatives here. And immediately after that, we'll now launch some awards as we celebrate integrity actions. But this is a story that probably you've watched it before. Let's just have that screen. You see, it's a story of this little boy in India. A tree fell, blocked the road. Everybody was waiting for somebody to remove it. The government to remove it. So let's all be stuck in the traffic jam until somebody removes the tree trunk. But this little boy gets off They were supposed to remove it, but you see it started raining, so what do? You wait for the rain to stop. But little boy says, you know what? I'm little, that's a big tree trunk, but I have something bigger inside of me. I think I can provide a solution. He goes, starts pushing. You and I know there is nothing he could do to move that tree trunk. But there was something he was doing in the minds of the people watching. And the little ones joined. The little ones joined. One by one, they joined to provide a solution. And little by little, those in their shops, those in their offices, in their cars, realized, wait a minute, if a little boy can do this, what if all of us did it? And together they were able to provide a solution for themselves. You see, that's why we're here. And Transparency International Kenya is saying, hey, we can do it together. We can do it. We can do it. We can do it. We need you. We need you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's now listen to these gentlemen and ladies. 2 minutes each because of time. It's exactly 15 minutes past 11. So 2 minutes, I'll have a timer here just to guide us through. But in case you have any other accompanying statement, just put up your hand. I will make sure you get the microphone. We'll start off by Bwana Michael Oduor from Kawangware. Ukwapi? Makofi yake tafadhali. 2 minutes. Paul Masese from Nakuru, up next. Microphone tafadhali. Talk to us here. Talk to us here. Yeah, we want to connect. Hapa. Bwana Michael, hata usiende mbali. Tuko hapa pamoja. Talk to us.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The protocol observed. I think we are not here by mistake. We are not here by mistake. And anybody who is here and thinks that is in the wrong place, start re-energizing your mind and start thinking that what is that made you be here. I believe generations have come and they have gone. And my senior here has just said, you as you sit here today, with your generation, what have you done for this? We make 10 steps ahead. The government of the day comes, makes 20 steps behind. We make 5 steps ahead. Every government comes, makes 10 steps behind. So you as a citizen, and me as Michael, as a champion of good governance, as somebody who is working on access to justice, I was, and Madam Sheila, you can bear witness, I was there, one of the drafters of the Whistleblowers Protection Bill at Kenya in 2013. Still struggling to make it be a law, an act of this republic. What are we saying? Do we have deficits of people who can reason enough? No. Do we have people who cannot stand and say, we need to protect those people who are talking about the Masai Mara issue? No. People should stand up and ask pertinent questions. Why are we not having the bill? Why is Mama Mboga in the village in Kawangware cannot stand up and say, where is the receipt for this 100 shillings or 50 bob that you are collecting from me? Where is the receipt for the, what we call motivation money that I'm paying in primary school A or B? Or even if it's that secondary. Is it that corruption? How would you be able to keep that principle, that kanjo, to account when you have no evidence that you yourself has been issued with a receipt for the purposes of the money that has been collected from you? So I stand up today and challenge us all. The players on good governance. We people that are fighting this monster called corruption. We must stand up in solidarity. And I want to tell you, it is just the beginning. We always ask Baba, they did the multi-party and democracy thing then. We always ask Wakina, my brother here, the media fraternity, you have unmasked. Now this young generation is here. It is an unstoppable move. A move that is going to clear each and every sector. That is what we are looking for. There is no sector that is going to be left, and if you don't watch this space very well, be very careful. This wave might sweep you. We want you to be in the right books. I thought MPs would be here, or senators or somebody. If at all they were here, they would have been positioned to hear this. That this movement is going to sweep almost everybody. Unless you are in the right position, where these young men and women of this republic want you to be, you will be swept. And we are there. We are in support. And viva, comrade, viva. Viva. There we shall.
It reminds us of when we were Gen Zs of our time. And 3 minutes might not be enough, but let me donate half a minute for us in our heart of hearts to remember our children who were brutally murdered in the streets in defense of our country. So I'm not going to ask you to stand up, just close your eyes or open them up, whichever way you deem fit for you. But remember those children. They did to do a little bit to contribute to the fight against corruption. Many of us in civil society, what we do is very small. Actually, the many I've seen around apply source accountability tools to detect and report corruption. That's very little. If you think about corruption holistically, the kind of corruption we are engaged in fighting is the small ones. The mega corruption, the illicit financial flows, we are yet to touch there substantively. And my call today first is to the international community. I think you've supported successful regimes in this country to steal from us. So it's time that you did demonstrate that you are actually true and serious about joining, especially the third world, to fight corruption. Africa has been pleading. The first book I read on this topic was a book that was written, I think, by Clarion the anatomy of corruption, or I know it as Kivuta Kibana and Smoking Wanjara as authors or editors. And it describes what corruption does and how corruption operates. Today, as we are all seated here, I think no one should teach us about corruption. We know how it affects us directly. So I call upon the international community. Everything we see happening around, including Eurobond, there's nowhere 50% of Eurobond would have found itself elsewhere if there was no pollution, maybe from the lenders. Number two, there's a lot of emphasis on the laws, policies to fight corruption. Yes, we need laws and policies, but are we operating in a lacuna? We have a constitution, and if I look, my reading of the constitution is that it has enough that we can use, even as we wait for the other laws. The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Act, for example, has things to do with, protection, whistleblowers. How much of that law have we applied? That's not to say that it's not urgent that we finalize the journey of formulating that law. It's indeed very urgent, and now we need to join hands to do so. Finally, I think it's in regard to our children again. You saw that clip that Mwakazi showed us? You saw? It took a small child to bring on board all the others, and eventually the tree was pushed out of the road. We might not run as fast as they can. We don't have the pace. I was a Gen Z of today 20 years ago, so my limbs are weaker now. But we must do all within our means to protect our children. And what can we possibly do? Put yourself in the shoes of any parent who lost a child just this last week. Feel the pain. What would you do? I dare all of us here to stop playing lip service. We need to pour out in the streets. As the good saying goes, the fish starts rotting from the head. And we sure know the head. Why can't we cut it off and throw it away, if only to protect the whole fish? Thank you so much.
We've heard from the gentleman. And by the way, if you can just, do you have your camera focus on this? Where's the roving camera? Roving camera. Akwapi? Okay, we'll unleash that. But Selina Chieng, before, just be on standby. But let me just capture this. I saw this and I said, there's something she's communicating. Just the first statement. Just talk to us how that message really speaks to even our fight against corruption.
Good morning. Okay, my name is Melissa, and I'm from Amwick, and also a freelance journalist. And okay, you just ambushed me, but whatever he has spoken, okay, I'm a Gen Z, and the deaths and all that happened really shattered us very much. And as a Gen Z, we are here to say that we must fight corruption. As a journalist also, we must fight corruption. Thank you.
I saw the first statement here. Just read it out.
Here, girls first.
Yeah, girls first.
Yeah.
How important is that in our fight against corruption? I mean, that's a message. And by the way, we need to be sending messages everywhere we go. And you're sending a message subliminally.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So this message here, it was a summit that he attended. And in this summit, there was girls. In fact, there were little children. And their main aim was to put ladies first, so that they can get, especially those who are in the rural areas, so that they can get the basic needs such as sanitary pads. And I remember those who are the most concerned, those girls were talking about sanitary pads and education. Yeah.
Big round of applause to Melissa. Thank you so much. I hope we take that lesson that everywhere we go, we must be walking CVs, where we're speaking about our values, what we believe in, and what we stand for. Celine Achieng, where are you? Talk to us 3 minutes because of time. Celine Achieng, mpelekee microphone tafadhali. Asante sana. Makofi yake tafadhali.
Hi guys, I'm Selina Achieng. Natoka Kawangware, acha nisijichoche sana. So I'm so happy to be here. I represent persons with disability, and recently hata mimi nilikula tear gas kadhaa. And about that also, people kind of criticized me. Why was I in the streets? What was I doing there? It wasn't safe for me, you know, all those things. But as we advocate for the rights of persons with disability, without me going out and, you know, making ourselves known that we are also in the community, because most of the time we come after. Vitu zote zilisha happen, ndo wanakumbuka haya, kuna kuanga na walemavu. And it's not right. So I had a lady talking about persons with disability, everything that goes on inatufanya tuna engage in corruption, and it's true, because accessibility kwanza ni problem. Just getting education is a problem. Getting to the offices is a problem. Getting a job is a problem. So if we don't advocate for ourselves, no one will know, no one will understand. It's only ourselves. And that's the problem where I don't know who advised the budget making people that they are supposed to tax wheelchairs. For real. Unaweza aje tax mguu ya mtu shwari? So I think those are the problems, because without inclusion, no one will know that there are things that are happening in the society. So fights for corruption inaanza na mimi, and tunazidi kuelimisha wenzetu kuwa si kila kitu unafaa kupatiana pesa, ama unafaa kufanya kitu kingine in exchange, because sometimes you find even in markets, for you as a person with disability to access a place where you can even just sell your stuff, someone will even come and ask for sex in return for you to get the place, you know. And those are the saddest things that happen in the society without other people knowing. So yeah, thank you for your time.
Wow, wow, wow. Thank you so much, Celine. So let's get the gentleman in red. I'm not sure whether I want to read what is written on your shirt, but it's team, huh?
This is Manchester.
Okay.
Comrades power. For me, one thing that I feel, we are all products of education systems that we've had. I am a student I just cleared in the University of Nairobi, and when I joined here 4 years ago, we would pay 26,000 to study for a whole year, and probably 5,000 for hostels. I believe that was possible for any parent in the country. I believe that was possible for anyone to acquire. Right now, the hostels are 42,000. Fees is crazily about 209,000. You can imagine, if we are not educated, what else can we do as a country? The reason why we are talking about corruption here is because we are all educated. We can be able to expose them and see what is being done to us. If we take the country back to where people are not educated, then we are losing it. And I feel like we should start by, education should be the most basic free thing. It should be given to anyone so freely. Sometimes I imagine we are 7 of us in our home and I'm the only one who got a privilege to come to school. If my mom, who is a single mother, was to educate all of us, that means the rest of my brothers will not come to university. And it is so painful to imagine that it is ending with us. It is now, I mean, you'll have to sell everything to take one child to school, and you probably have 3 more behind. So I feel like we need to push this so much, and I know the Gen Zs we will be handling one item at a time. Once we are done with the doctors, we are coming back to education. We cannot have a situation where this country is our own country, and I had a statement, I just saw a statement last time that we can't have schools without teachers, and my main concern was, I think we'll get to a point where we have schools, teachers without students, and that is a very sad situation. So we push. Gen Zs, if we are here, we push. We shall push until this country becomes ours, and that we shall enjoy being in this country, so that everything becomes nice.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you for your input. Before we take more, just allow me to give this opportunity to Bwana Samuel Mboro, representing small traders. Bwana Samuel, then we get those comments. And I'd kindly request, because of time, we keep it to 1 minute so that we can give as many people a chance as possible. Go ahead. 3 minutes, Bwana Samuel.
Thank you. Madam Sheila, all the partners involved for this function, hamjambo. Kadri naomba kwa heshima kuu tuchukue dakika moja kwa niaba ya zile biashara zote zimechomwa. Sai mtu alikuanga anafanya kazi last week, leo hii hata chakula hawezi wekelea kwa meza. Kadri, with all respect, let's have a moment of silence. Just 1 minute as we remember our brothers and sisters for now who are jobless. Kindly. Thank you. My name is Samuel Mburu, Secretary General of KENASVIT. This is an alliance of MSMEs, ama kwa lugha ya mtaa wana jua kali. The today's employer in Kenya. Kazi za maofisi ni kidogo, wengi wetu tuko mtaani. Among us, ni wangapi tuko na haso huko nje? Ni wangapi tuko na haso huko nje? Hata kama uko kwa ofisi najua uko na haso mahali. Ni wangapi tuko na haso? Kwa wale wako na mshahara, I'm looking forward for your membership soon, kwa sababu sikia vinye prezo alisema juzi, retirement inakuja. Tulisikia? Tumetoka wakati wa COVID. Watu wa maofisi walienda wapi? So walikuja huko nje. Please, I always advocate for a viable working space today at today afternoon. Nafanya nini kwa hii mtu anaitwa corruption? We are empowering the MSCs, yule mama mboga na baba nyama. On one, ajue haki zake. I'm sure we are all conversant with CBD. Kuna kagari kadogo kakajo. Tunakajua. Tushajiuliza kwa nini hiyo gari haijaangi? Hata ikizunguka the entire CBD. Tushajiuliza ni kwa nini haijaangi? I'm trying to support the words from my sister. Mwenye amesema, even when we are doing our working activities huko nje, they usually face sexual favors. It's true. Within that cavern, kama huna 500 ya kujiokoa, utoke hapo hivyo, mwishowe sarili, you will have to cope na watu wako hapo ndani. Not only madada zetu, pia sisi wanaume. Wakati tunaongea juu ya sex favors, we must focus on the wamama. What of the boy child? Kwako kangari. Two, within our market setup, a good example, kuna soko iko pale Githurai. Tunaenjoy. Ni kwa nini leo hii? And we appreciate our donors and our private partnership kwa kazi mzuri wanatufanyia. Ushajiuliza ni kwa nini hiyo soko mpaka leo hii haijaija? Nje ya Githurai watu wanafanyia hapo ndani, lakini next we have a 5-story market, modern market yenye hakuna mtu anafanyia. Hapa Karioko within roundabout ya Riverside kuna soko inaitwa Mwalero. 3/4 of the stores they are not working. Why? Corruption during the allocation process. Na zingine mingi. So what I usually advocate for kwa members wetu, wacha tujue kila mtu haki yake ni gani. Ukishikwa kwa hiyo ngali ya kanjo, hata ukibaki peke yako hapo hivyo, please afadhali uende mbele, and then I summon my team, we shall inform our paralegal team mwenye mtapatana naye pale hivi wapi? Kwa City Hall. Utaeko ndani. Ukuwa mama kwa hiyo ngali, ukuwa jamaa umeshikwa because of the sex favors, currently we are working with one of the partners on stories regarding the sexual favors within our working setup. Ya mwisho is a change of the system change. Nafikiria wengi wetu tukisikia mambo ya system, we just focus on the national government. But also in your individual capacity, you are part and parcel of the system change. How do we do it? The 5 categories: national government, county government, faith-based organization, civil societies, and the private partnerships. Mostly in regard of the intersexuality. Naweza sema hivyo mtu aone kama Samuel ameanguka. Samuel ameokoka na ni mzee wa kanisa. Lakini kiongea juu ya mambo ya intersexuality, hapo hivyo ndivyo shida iko. Mostly tunaangaliaga tu mambo ya gender. Hapana, sio tu gender. It's a component from the age, economic, religious, tribal background. Hizi zote tukibadilisha, I'm sure we can be able to fight this elephant in the house. Ya mwisho, let's always advocate for a viable informal sector working space. No one knows what nini inaweza fanyika next. Si tunaona hivi vita iko Gaza, si tunaiona those guys, kila mtu tu anapambania tu uhai wake, tunaacha vitu zako mingi. A message to the all employed category within this building: head hapo nje, weke haso mahali. No one knows of the next minute. Maybe tanitafuta nikupatie space somewhere. Thank you, Madam Shela. Tisa and TI, all my friends, hamjambo. Viva wanabiashara, viva. Viva informal sector, viva. Viva transparency, viva. Viva inua sisi, viva. Viva Msaredo, viva. And Vivia Media, viva.
Thank you. I had a question. I had a question. When Samuel, I'm just concerned you really focused on that aspect of sexual abuse as a concern. And I'm wondering, are there names of people, specific people that you know of, that we can begin to say, we now know 1, 2, 3, 4 people? Because, sorry? What was
thank you.
No, maybe, yeah. Just
currently we are doing a documentary with one of the mainstream media. Wangapi tunaweza kubuka ile nini ya Jichopevu Kajo Kingdom? We are doing such a thing. In this regard, all the affected MSCs, kuna venye they have been approached by that journalist, tunakuja wanafichwa macho. It's a process. Wacha nisiongee yote hapo hivyo. It's a process.
Okay.
But I'm sure by the end of few days or few months, tutajiona kwa screen hiyo design ya Kajo Kingdom. We will shame them. Mostly the Kanjo na askari. Within that van, kuna kuanga na kajo wawili saidi na askari, an armed askari. Such that mama ama mwanaume kama mimi, kama sina hiyo punch ya kujiokolea na ngari imezunguka Nairobi mzima tumebaki wawili, my friend, sitakuwa na others. Remember, Samuel is a breadwinner wako wake. Remember, Sam is a tenant, kwa hivyo kuna nyumba anafaa kulipa. Sam is a parent, kesho kuna mtoto anafaa kupeleka shule. Kama sina anything, what should I do? So I just part with them. So we are doing a certain documentary, but mostly in Kanjo and the National Police.
Big round of applause to Bwana Samuel. Thank you. What do we do to protect whistleblowers? And we want to now just move to get your points, whatever experiences you have, so that we move the needle. Let's have the timer if we can. Just please adhere to the timer so that we can get as many comments as possible. So the microphone will just move, but please keep it to 1 minute. Go ahead.
I'll be fast. Kwa majina mimi naitwa Bobo Wagithaiga. I volunteer for an organization called Mau Mau Governing Council of Kenya. It's an umbrella body organization concerned with those values that our forefathers fought for. It is concerned with even the scholars. It's concerned even with those organizations that really were rebelling that something changed. And what changed? It was concerned even with the first our first president telling the Mau Mau, come together, go register an umbrella body organization, come to me, that my government will work with you, so that all what you fought for, as I sit as the President Kenyatta, surely all will be well, that began well, that will end well. What am I saying? I'm saying, since 1963, when Kenyatta called the Mau Mau, and he told them, for me and this government that you have fought for, so sure, let me not talk about blood. You have shed blood, you have sacrificed the blood. Yes, for you to succeed and for us to make things work, go outside there, go to Sharia house, get Charles Jonjo, get yourself registered, have an umbrella body that will articulate issues so that the government can work with you. Little did nobody knew, brother, that even when we were there, even when our fathers were there was a law that was saying Mau Mau is a terrorist movement, my dear brothers and sisters. And who could sit with the terrorists having gotten that freedom? Who could sit? And you, could you have sat with the terrorist? It is the law. And the law was saying Mau Mau is a terrorist. And when this law was being passed, with all the Mau Maus and even everybody was here. But when Mzungu was passing the law, others were celebrating and clapping, just the way we are doing even today.
Wow.
Simply because of interest. Why did the Mau Mau then come up with the values? Mau Mau Governing Council came up and we were pushing for those national values. We were not pushing them for fun. It was not fun in the park. We were not pushing for Mau Mau values, we were not pushing for Mau Mau values, but we were pushing for those national values. Makazi, not everybody even is talking about that small item. We read just the way people read the Bible. Which Bible? When you talk about even tithing or mambo ya kutoa ama kupanda mbegu, the national values is saying in full that part that we don't say. That not only from state officers, but all of us are inclusive. So when corruption comes, mimi siko. Kwa hivyo, if it doesn't start with me, and if I'm not there, tutasoma hii ingine yote. Lakini tukisema kwamba sisi wote, at the national values is binding, chapter 10, is binding us all. Unaona mimi ninaruka. Wale ambao nasi tuko katika hiyo human rights ambao tunataka about human rights. Yes, the bill is there, chapter 5. When the bill is there in chapter 5, Mwangaza, brother, we never talk about article 24, even on those limitations of right. Unanipora yote mpaka hata makodo huko nyumbani imekuja kuwa ni lazima nitoe kodi. So ikiwa serikali tumefikia mahali mambo haiendi, mambo ya kodi haiendi, tunazungumzia alternative ile inakuja ni civil society. This is a challenge that I'm taking it by the horn. Challenge gani? Mimi ninasema kwa sababu the bill ishakuwa operationalized, nasema hivi, kama wewe uko na NGO mahali kabla hatujasema mambo ya translation, nasema hivi, get your certificate kwanza. Hii uchafu tuko naye katika civil society NGO, si semi all the civil society, nasema kwa National Council of NGO. 2013 ndio mara ya mwisho kulifanywa uchaguzi.
Thank you. Asante sana.
Na kwa hivyo bwana Makazi na ndugu zangu, ikiwa wewe na nazungumza mambo ya corruption, ikiwa wewe kusema ukweli Kenya hii na watu wote wanajua, hata mimi nilikuwa ninajua, ati Kenya Gazette ambayo iko pale kwa government printer, ikiprint wewe jina lako hapo alafu uzunguke naye kwamba wewe umekuwa gazetted, my dear brother, everybody Tom Dick and Harry, hata hawa anti-corruption watakubaliana na wewe kwa sababu uko gazetted. Little did not everybody know, hata hawa wamejigazette, nothing have been done, and here we are atunasema tuna translate. I'm saying no.
Asante sana. Makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much for the comments. Naomba tafadhali wale ambao watazungumza, hebu tuwekee timer pale. Tuwekee timer tafadhali, tuangalie ili tuweze kujielekeza visawa kabisa. Lakini kabla ya kuzungumza kuna timer pale. Uko tayari? Hebu tuweke kwenye screen ili kila mmoja wetu aone.
Haya. Sitoke inde ya mada. Wale ambao ni whistleblower, wapiga kipengere, ni wanakatazana mabaya na kukumbushana mazuri. Si namna hiyo? Na Mwenyezi Mungu anapenda hivyo. Kwa hivyo ukiona mabaya na ukanyamazia, hata wewe uko ndani ya hiyo dhambi. Ukiona mabaya na ukazungumzia, hata ukiuawa, wewe utaenda pahali mzuri. Don't worry, hapana ogopa, be brave. Yale ambayo Gen Z wanafanya sasa ni kukumbusha sisi, tunakatazana mabaya na tunakumbushana mema. Lakini nataka tuwe wazalendo, tufanye mambo kwa njia ungwana, ili biashara zetu, wawekezaji wetu isiharibike. Tunapigana na ufisadi, tusije kulete mambo ambayo itajenga ufisadi zaidi. Na nawaomba, kwa sababu mimi ni mzee, kuna msemo inasema mzee aliye chini ya mti anaona mbali kuliko kijana aliye juu ya mti. Shaurianeni na wazee. We stand with you. Kwa sababu unatetea haki ya kila mnyonge, lakini tufanye kwa njia ungwana. Tuwe wazalendo. Tusiwe watu ambao tunakejeli viongozi wetu. Viongozi wetu ni watoto wetu. Hata kama ni wabaya, ile heshima ya ofisi tuwape, lakini tuwarekebishe, kwa sababu tuko na katiba na tuko na kanuni. Watu wa mataifa mengine inatuangalia. Ile vizazi inafuata nyinyi sasa, Gen Z inawaangalia. Tufanye mambo bila kuharibu, bila kutukana. If you can kill with a chocolate, why use the bullet? Thank you.
Asante sana, makofi yao tafadhali. Thank you so much. Kwa heshima kubwa ndo nimewapa wakati, lakini kwa wengine wetu tafadhali, nikiweka wimbo naomba utasimama, sawa? Tuanze dakika moja, twende.
I'm not taking much of the time, but at the end of the day, niambie mzee ya kwamba respect is a two-way traffic. So kama hao viongozi hatuheshimu, hata sisi tenda hivyo hivyo. So yangu ni kwamba I want to throw ball back to us. There is no way unaweza chagua fisi. You cannot appoint a hyena to look after the sheep and expect the sheep to be okay. So we need to get it right at the ballot box. Right now the power is with the people, sindio? At the heart of the problem we are facing right now as a country is corruption. Pesa tunakopa, tunaiba. So let us, at the end of the day, now that we have the power, what we need to be able to do is to elect the right leaders, redefine our values as a country, but of end is ni kwamba we name and shame. Unaona vile tunawasalimia? Tuanze ku name and shame, tuweze kuwasalimia all the corrupt leaders in this country. That is how we are going to end this menace. Thank you.
Asante, well done, well done, well done, well done. Keep time. Thank you so much. Go ahead. 1 minute.
Yes, how are you? The biggest challenge which I find that we are also not considering is our education systems. Because the way we've been brought up, what we've gone through in classes, we only praise the rich. And so you find when the gentlemen get into any kind of office, they are only fighting to rise financially. And we fail to understand that there is nothing like poverty. But when we talk of physiological deprivation, psychological lack, and also monetary lack, that's when we can term a person as a poor person. So the biggest challenge is the idioms we learn. It is lack of ethics. It is lack of honesty. And it is lack of understanding. We left the community values and we turned to self-centeredness, whereby I need to only be there so that people can praise me. I've borrowed a great leaf from these gentlemen, actually the warriors and all that. When they have, everybody has. But when has, it is only myself and I alone.
Asante.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Now, up next, go ahead. Thank you so much. 1 minute. Let's have the timer on.
Thank you. I will just say this, that after the independence, we had a constitution that our leaders still did not respect. After the independence constitution, in 2010, we enacted a new constitution. Our leaders have failed to still respect it. Laws, we have very many laws in this country that are still being mutilated. We have so many agencies and institutions in this country that are still being mutilated. Now the Gen Zs and the millennials, we are saying, we're even tired of the church. Why? The church has become the weakest link towards corruption. The judiciary has become the weakest link towards corruption. And we are saying this, just as one has said, we will only cooperate when these people will start respecting the constitution. And until they respect the constitution, we will keep going one by one to them. Let it be known to them that we are saying we will not wait and say wacha tuombe, watu twende tuombe tutafute maombi ndio tuweze kusolve issues zetu. For the longest we've seek for maombi na haijasikika. Tunasema we will go for all of them one by one.
One by one.
Once again, salam alaikum.
Salam.
I won't take much of your time. Nitaanza kwa vijana. Name and shame. That's a good starting point. Tuwaangaze, tuwaweke kwenye kio, kila mtu aone. That is one way of starting. Two things have been said here and I want a quick one on them. The constitution has been defiled. Imenajisiwa. Our constitution. Bila kuitakasa, without a cleansing ceremony on this constitution, we are not going far. Number two, the Gen Zs. The constitution starts with we the people. The people of Kenya are the sovereign power in this country. Sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya, and they can exercise it directly. Let's emphasize that one. Let us strengthen that one. If power does not go back to the people, bado tumekuwa defiled, tutakuwa ni watu ambao watakuwa wanakanyagwa milele na milele. That's all I have to say.
Asante sana. Makofi tafadhali. Let me get a lady please. Go ahead. 1 minute. Timer on. Go ahead.
Comrades power. Comrades power. Mine is just to call a personal reflection. Number one, I will say that most of us say that we have engaged in corruption, but I will say it is small-scale corruption. Sindio? But the reason we are engaged in small-scale corruption and not in the big ones, zile za kina Eurobond na CDF, is it because we have integrity or is it because we don't have the opportunity? Were you an MP today, would you have rejected the 2 million to vote yes? Were you an MP today, would you have used the CDF money constructively? So it is a personal reflection.
Who is saying yes there? Nakuja kwako. Continue.
Like, it is a personal reflection for you to know that it starts with yourself. Don't just condemn others because you don't have the opportunity. Start with yourself so that by the time you get up there, then we have integrity in our offices. And then number 2, we need to call corruption all the time. When corruption is benefiting us, we usually call it connection. We need to stop that at all levels, that whether it is benefiting you or not, it is still corruption and it must stop and it must start with you. And lastly, we need to maintain to our leaders that it is not a favor for them to do the right thing. When they drop the finance bill, it is not a favor. We don't have to clap for them because they shouldn't have brought it to us in the first place, right? We don't start clapping because they have done one right thing and then we forget all the other wrongdoings that they are doing. When they compensate all those people who died, it is still not enough. We still need to call out all the wrongdoings that are happening in the country. And lastly, let me insist that it starts with you as an individual.
Starts with
Thank
you. Asante sana. Let me get another lady. Okay, is there another microphone? Close there. Let's have them close. Okay, let's go. 1 minute, please. Let's have the...
Thank you. My
Go
name
ahead.
is Rachel Modhoni Njoroge. I come from Sustainable Sounds Initiative. Mostly we look at refugee health rights. We are a host country. We are not even respecting our own constitution. Our leaders are failing us. We are a host country to refugees. How do they stand in our country and even find a safe space where we are not even finding a safe space ourselves? Thank you.
Habari zenyu, jinsia, millennials. Sasa, mi niko hapa, sitaenda story mob. Hatukuna ubaya, hatuwaheshimu, tunawaheshimu na tunawapenda sana. Mmejaribu, mmepigana na mmefika hapo. It's time Gen Zs na millennials tuko hapo pale na hatuchoki. So long as we are MP ama nani ulikuja kwa ground, ukauza sera, tukakwambia tunataka nini. For example, uko kwa nyumba, inafaa uoshe vyombo ufue unini. Unaosha vyombo, unaacha kufua, unataka nani afue? Unataka tuvae nini? Tutakuuliza kwa nini venye ulienda hapo ulikubali kuosha vyombo na kufua. Mbona uoshe vyombo uache kufua nguo? Kama huwezi osha vyombo na nguo, turudi nyumbani. Na atumalizie hapo. Na hivyo ndio kutaenda hadi vile tutapata mwenye atafanya hizo kazi zote.
Asante.
Comrades power.
Comrades power. Anataka kuzungumza pia.
Halo. Vijana. Twende. Tulitangulia street sisi wa mama. First day tulikuwa huko. So hatuwapei nafasi, tumedanganywa, tumechoka. Na vile mnasema hata mtachukua ID za wazazi, anzeni kuficha saa hii. Don't relent things. It's time for actions.
Haya, nyuma.
Haya. Praise God. Sasa mimi naitwa Mhubiri Makatu. Nimeona religious leaders pale. Hamjambo. Nataka niunge mkono kwa upande wa makanisa. Na nataka niongee Kiswahili kwa sababu mimi nilizaliwa Tanzania, lakini baba yangu ni Mkenya na nimekuja naishi Kenya. Sasa mimi ni Mkenya. Si ni kweli? Ninaomba tafadhali sisi watumishi wa Mungu, kasumba ile ambayo tumeishi ndani, tumeacha kuonyesha watu njia ya kwenda kutafuta ufalme wa mbinguni. Tunataka kutafuta ufalme wa ulimwenguni mpaka tumefika mahali tumeabudu wanasiasa. Tuache. Let us sanitize the churches, tuondoe uchafu,
tuonyeshe watu ukweli na tusimame kwa ukweli. Sisi tunaweza fanya, we are the only people wale ambao tunaweza fanya hata huyo president atupigie magoti na atapiga magoti kwa ukweli. Lakini tukiendelea hivyo tuta lose kanisa na tuta lose nchi yote na watu wote. Thank you so much.
Asante sana. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Bishop Richard and I'm an anti-corruption crusader. I love this conversation. You said, how are we going to protect the whistleblower? This is what we need. And I appreciate our able CEO, Madam Sheila. The country is ready to talk. You see the brevity of the Gen Z. They are ready to speak. But the problem is the protection. We need this to move out. The country is ready to talk. We're tired of corruption. I have contributed in the fight against corruption in my own way. If you are a Kenyan who has eyes opened, things are bad in this country. We are almost losing the country. This country is so much wealthy. Just given the amount of money we are losing every day, over 2 billion. If we can close those loopholes, and it starts from me, it's me to speak up. I have personally taken the step. I've written 2 resource books, which are endorsed by the ASCC and lodged by the Judiciary, Excellency, Her Ladyship, Mother Kome. So these things about corruption, I say, if we have to win the fight or the war, it should start with me. We don't need passion to fight corruption. We just need to have values and morals and responsibility. My slogan is building Kenya. You remember?
Building Kenya?
Branding Kenya.
Branding Kenya.
It is our time. We see this and we don't wait for the government. As the little children said, as we saw that small clip, let us take action. Let me tell you one thing, Makazi. We are tired of what the church is doing. I am an ordained bishop. But what I see in church, that is where corruption and the demon of corruption has taken. Sometimes I just say, if I'm given, I will advise the president.
1 minute. Put the 1 minute.
If I'm given to advise the president, I'll tell the president, just stress all those clergy around you. I'll tell them that way. Because I don't know what they tell apart from just taking selfies. I wonder, what contribution have they made? It is time he surround himself with a fresh breed of the clergy, both pastors and the imams and the other people. So it is time, let us love this country, let us move and do the little things as the hummingbird that went to the river and put that small thing. It is our country, we should love this country. Thanks so much, brother.
Asante sana, go ahead, 1 minute.
Thank you. Kwa jina ni Peterson Sure. Nimeshukuru ile clip ambayo nimeona hiyo picha ya mtoto. Nilipokuwa nikifundisha watoto juu ya chapter 6 of the Constitution. Mtoto mmoja ambaye ako grade 6. Baba yake akiwa kwa gari ya babake ni mchungaji. Wakashikwa. Ati gari yao iko defective. So wakapelekwa kwa police station. Wakiwa kwa police station, kumbe askari alikuwa anataka kitu kidogo. Mtoto akasema ya kwamba ninahisi njaa. Mtoto wakati ambao baba ana negotiate na askari pale nje, mtoto alitoka nje na akaenda direct kwa ofisi ya OCS. Akauliza OCS, kwa nini mmeshika babangu? Kwa nini mmetuweka hapa na mimi ninahisi njaa? Ni mtoto wa grade 6. Babake askari huyu ambaye ni OCS alitoka nje akakuja kuangalia kama kweli babake yuko hapo kwa police station. Kuenda mtoto alimdirect mpaka mahali ambao babake alikuwa na gari. OCS akauliza yule askari ambaye alikuwa amechukua kifunguo. Akamuuliza kwa nini huyu mtoto ako hapa? Mwambia gari ya babake iko defective. Inahitaji iweze kurekebishwa na wapeleke mahali ambapo inastahili irekebishwe. Naye mtoto alikuwa anasikiza. Akauliza, tukiwaachia hii gari hapa mna uwezo wa kurekebisha? Kwa nini msituruhusu tuende, gari irekebishwe, tuwaletee hapa ili muweze kufanya assessment muone kama ni nzuri ama si nzuri? Mimi nahisi njaa, basi ninunulie chakula nikule kwa sababu nahisi njaa. Askari hakuwa na lingine. OCS aliambia askari ambaye alikuwa ameshika gari, kamwambia peana kifunguu huyu mtoto aende. Huyu mtoto wa grade 6 juzi alikuwa anaambia babake, mimi ni mchungaji, nyinyi mmeshindwa mkiwa wasasi, mmeshindwa, mimi naenda maandamano, ninunulie chesi ili niende maandamano. What am I saying? Sisi wote wacha tuchukue jukumu la kutetea nchi hii. Thank you.
Asante sana. Kutoka na just before 1 minute please. 1 minute please.
Good morning. My name is Betty Sharon from Mombasa. Gen Z's oe. Comrades power. Me ninawa support. You are picking it from where we left it. Me and wakina Misese. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu tulikuwa sasa tuko ndani ya nyumba. Wachache ndio wanatoka. Nimesikia mkiambiwa ya kwamba you need protection. No one will give you. You say Constitution says that power is with the people. No one will give you power. Take it. Your protection is your number. Wakati mko wengi, hamutawawa nyote. When I saw you on the barabara, I felt happy and proud of you. Come out, we will support you. Your number is your protection. Thank you.
Wewe. Wacha tuende kule nyuma. Kule nyuma kuna jamaa pale. Alafu waje. Microphone kule nyuma tafadhali. Mbio mbio. It's 9 minutes past 12. We need to close this by exactly 12:20. So we have 10 minutes. Go ahead. 1 minute.
Comrades power. Yeah, this is Paul, Deputy Speaker Bunge la Mwananchi. Bunge la Mwananchi, we have been on the forefront kupigania haki ya mwananchi na kumake sure ufisadi umeisha Kenya. We have called out different officials of the government to make sure that they have acted with integrity. But most of the time, chenye imekuwa ikihappen, tumeitwa criminals, tumeitwa majina ya kiuni. But we are here to declare that we will continue supporting Gen Z. The power, chapter 1 of the Constitution says power belongs to people. The leaders have failed to pass the mantle. And that's why Gen Zs have come out strongly and says they want to take the mantle by force. So we support the Gen Z. Let's go out there, fight for our rights, and correct this government and realign everything. The reason as to why we have a lot of corruption in this country, it's because we don't have the action in place. So we want action and more action and more action. And because now the policies are not working, that's why tutaendelea kuwasalimia wapenda wasipenda.
Action, more action. Okay, 20. Go ahead. 1 minute.
The Bible says, the kingdom of God suffereth violent, and the violent take it by force. I'm a future preacher when I retire from civil society. So I think it's not about requesting, it's a must. We must come out and demand for our rights. And kindly, when you go home, read Acts chapter 13, verses 35 to 37, talks about corruption from the Bible. Thank you.
Asante sana. 1 minute.
Viva comrades, viva. I think the GNZs have identified the kind of language we need to engage this government with. Sisi tuliipoteza. And it is good to do good, and it feels good to do good. Don't do good because there is a reward. Do good because it feels good to do good, or it is good to do good. That is my way of living. If you can do good to do good, it feels good. Let us engage them in the language they understand. Kama ni kuwasalimia, wasalimie kabisa. Na iendelee. Nimekula tiagas siku hizo zote, nakula tu tiagas pamoja na GNZs. I'm not but tumekuwa tukiwasaidia kuwapeleka hospitalini. Wasalimieni. That is my message.
1 minute. Go ahead. 1 minute.
Thank you. I want to say this.
we didn't elect religious leaders to advise the president. We elected the president of this country to give services as per the constitution. Tafadhali, wahubiri endeni kanisani, hubirieni nchi kuwe na amani, wacheni taifa iraniwe na the constitution that we put in place.
Asante. Wa mwisho hapa, twende kule mwisho kule.
Allow me to address two key components. And this is the religious leaders and us young people who are here. I know over the last couple of weeks we've been hyped, we've been celebrated and all that. But allow me to throw the spanner in the works and say, as a young person who vied at one point in 2017, I want to tell you something, that this nation will not change by just us speaking. It is good to speak. We must take action. What action do we have? Besides looking, exploring ways of exiting elected leaders, which all of us at the moment we know already is facing hiccups. IBC is not constituted. So what other tools do we have? We keep on talking, but unfortunately when it comes to the time when it matters most, we are the ones who are manipulated. We are the ones who don't even vote. We are the ones who accept that our parents to run with this conversation. Unfortunately, I was saying we're very naive. Mimi nimestruggle sana to convince my parents and my grandparents. Until juzi ndio madhe amenishow, itao aki ulituambia. Mimi, and allow me to say this, I know sitavurugwa nikitoka hapa. Me, I didn't vote for this gava. And I made it clear. Actually, I campaigned against these individuals and many others, and I was very clear. It is not about parties. It is about individuals and the values they hold. Unfortunately, we know very well what needs to be done, but when that time comes, tutaki kufanya, alafu na baadaye ni sisi tuna lament. Hiyo ni one. I want to go to these religious leaders. Najua wengine wako hapa na mtanivuruga. Mimi kiongozi wa church kwenye niko. Actually, I'm the chair of my church. Mimi nimeleta shida hata kanisani kwangu. We must speak about civic rights. We need to speak about these issues in church. And it is not about saying these things during the day and at night we're doing other things. I want to say this thing. In Rwanda, churches are regulated. Here in Kenya, you only need a call. Ati umeitwa. Umeitwa nini? Wewe umeitwa unaenda una misadvise president huko, uko na kola afu na acha niseme nisivurugwe nimeona kuna. Yes, please. My appeal, I want to say this please. I know matters of faith are very personal, but even as we talk about them being personal, there is a need for us also to be to be honest as human beings. I like what Dr. Kawive said here. Utu wetu ulienda wapi? We don't need faith to know what is right and what is wrong. What is wrong even if it's done by my sister. So hii story yote manze hizi story tuachane nazo. Otherwise, let me tell you something. Tutakuwa hapa after 2027 tena tunaanza kusema ni aje so ametuenjoy.
Let's go. 3 more people then we close.
Mwakazi, karibu tukusalimie wewe, ulituacha sana. Comrades power. I come from the coast and I represent so many of us. They are here.
Ndugu, nisalimie. Kwa pamoja. Kabisa. Unasemaje?
So take my time from now.
Kabisa, 1 minute.
All the people from the coast, this is for you. Colleagues, we are dealing with people who lost conscience. The religious leaders who are telling us to use proper language, the people that we are dealing with lost it completely. They are eating us. Go to the control of budget report for the last financial year. Tana River, they ate a mortuary. Mortuary imekulwa, pesa iko, mortuary haiko kwa ground. Sasa ni watu tunaongea nao nini? We have to tell them you are doing what is wrong. Number 2, there's a gentleman in parliament called Jijopevu. He's the member of parliament for Nyali. You can hear what he's saying now. There's nobody who should be driving this bill than him, because he was in the media, he presented all these things, he went to parliament, he's the one who is voting yes now. So we can't talk to such people with some dignity. There's a guy here who came and talked about business. Business will get better when we send away thugs who are hiring hooligans to come and destroy your business.
People, and those are the public toilets. Yes. The second, make sure in each of every account of these leaders, muchunguze pesa zetu. We need our money to come back into our basket.
Right.
Yes, Kenya is a rich country, but
It
it's
is.
full of corruption. Yes.
Wow, asante sana. Makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's exactly 20 minutes past 12. 20 minutes past 12. We are not closing this conversation. We need to have this conversation even more. But because of the time that we have one more critical engagement. This is where we can say, listen, we've said name and shame. But is it also possible to say there are men and women who are truly patriotic? The ones who are lifting the tree trunk off the road. Those are the people also now we need to raise them up and say, this is the example. So ladies and gentlemen, very quickly, we want to now get to the awards ceremony. This is the launch of the awards. And right now, a big round of applause once again to Madam Sheila. Madam Sheila Masinde, asante sana for your leadership. Transparency International Kenya. And as we prepare for that, we'll also have a video just after the presentation. But let's have the video. Do you have the video ready? The video, let's just have a feel of what happened last year. A feel of what happened last year, then we'll... Are we good? Okay, let's watch the video first. Apologies for that. Let's have the video. The video, there's a video, not this particular one.
The current government is not fighting
Not this
any
particular one, the one on YouTube. The one on YouTube.
It's just doing.
If we can have that video play, just to celebrate the award ceremony that was there last year, so that we prepare. We're good? Excellent. All right. Go ahead. That was just a snippet, but because of time, we'll just move very quickly, but we can still be playing it on the background. A big round of applause to Madam Sheila Masinde, Executive Director, Transparency International Kenya. Karibu sana.
Viva wa Kenya, viva! Viva, viva, viva! Thank you. Thank you so much for the energy and the open, very candid, very raw contributions on what we need to do to address the problem of corruption. We have taken note of every single point that has been made. 11th of July is the actual Africa Anti-Corruption Day, but we thought it wise to convene this People's Summit so that we can be able to take your views, because we'll be having other convenings with other people, other stakeholders and institutions which have been tasked to lead the fight against corruption in this country. And we will be taking your messages, your sentiments, your views. So all that you have said right now is not in vain. We have listened See, tumeambiwa we are in a listening mood. The country is in a listening and speaking mood. We have listened and we have taken the comments. But I don't think I'd be doing justice to this very important day if I just don't bring to light one particular matter. Actually, it's a key legislative threat that we are facing currently. For those who have engaged on social media in the last week, especially over the weekend, you may have seen a few of us just raise concerns around a bill that is in Parliament right now. About 3 or 4 weeks ago, it was at the Senate, and there were very retrogressive amendments that were proposed and unfortunately passed unanimously by 25 senators, no one opposed, to delete very key critical provisions relating to conflict of interest. And you know that when it comes to corruption, one of the biggest challenges is how to address conflict of interest. Many of the cases that you see ending up in court that are being investigated actually touch on conflict of interest. Currently, almost 10 cases or more that EACC is investigating touching on former governors pertain to conflict of interest. But what the senators passed are provisions, rather they remove provisions that would ensure that there are sanctions for people who are, of course, conflicted when making decisions around public procurement and so on. So as it stands now, if these amendments are taken up by the National Assembly, because that bill left the Senate, it will go back to the National Assembly, and what we are now trying to push for is that the National Assembly must reject the conflict of interest bill in total. Yeah, and we need your voices. So we've done this before, and now we need to do it again. Because if not, the fight against corruption will be severely crippled, because we will allow top state officials, including cabinet secretaries, principal secretaries, senators, MPs, you know, their spouses, their children, siblings, to trade with government, you know, including institutions headed by, you know, other public officials without any sanctions. Meaning, if I sit here as a CEO or a director general in a government agency and I sign a contract to my spouse or my child, that is within the law. Is that in order? They have also deleted a provision that could have required suspension of any state official facing corruption investigations until they are cleared. Mnakubali hiyo? They have removed EACC from enforcement of the proposed conflict of interest law, meaning that EACC will have no role to play. EACC currently is expected to investigate any cases touching on conflict of interest. But now, what the amendments envision is that EACC has no role, and instead, they have given that responsibility, ya kwamba kama umepatwa na hiyo offense ya conflict of interest, it is the head of that institution where you work which will be responsible to investigate you. We have been in Kenya for many years. Do we think that is possible? Will we get justice in that way? What these amendments also mean is that public officials will be also shielded from the requirement by EACC to scrutinize their wealth declarations to detect and recover stolen public property. The other implication is the deletion of all punitive sanctions proposed for violations, leaving compliance with the law to be driven by the individual public officials, you know, patriotism and goodwill. Basically what they're saying is that public officials are supposed to be patriotic, you know, they're supposed to do everything they do is for the public good, and we should rely on that, not the law, to correct issues around corruption and conflict of interest. That's basically what these amendments mean. So, Wakenya, we are calling on you once again. Please let us push the members of the National Assembly to reject these amendments that have been put on the conflict of interest bill, because they are going to severely cripple our laws. As I said, it's not just touching on the conflict of interest bill, but also on other provisions on our other laws, such as the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act. So we need all hands on deck. Let us fight once again and ensure that members of parliament serve the public interest and are not conflicted when making such critical legislative amendments. Tuko pamoja? Thank you. So back to this, sorry for taking you away from the agenda right now, which is really to also launch the nomination process for this year's National Integrity Action Awards. We were calling it the National Integrity Awards, but we wanted to emphasize on that the actions. That's also what we are looking at. What have you done? I've had here comments about we need to be good and we need to do good. So we want to reward and recognize those people who are doing good things for Kenya. Because as we've said before, we have been talking about whistleblower protection, but we've also heard about people who have suffered severely for doing good for this country. It's so hard to do good things for this country because instead of being celebrated, instead of receiving that pat on the back, you are instead stigmatized. That's what we have seen, right? When I think Mwakazi asked, was it Mwakazi who asked, anyone who has not been involved in corruption, stand up. Only one person stood up. And that just tells you how lonely it is to do the right thing in this country. And so we need to do much, much more to show the people who do the right thing that they are not alone, that they are not walking alone, that we are with them as a community and as a country. And that is really the intention that we have with these awards. We thought that we would punish those people who steal. You know, we need to punish them. You know, anyone who has stolen from this country must be severely punished. And the punishment they receive should be commensurate to the amount of money or even more of what they have robbed this country and our children. But one thing that we have not done so well is celebrate those people who come out risking life and limb to protect this country by pointing out and being brave to say when wrong things are happening in our country. And that's really the intention of our awards. Currently, as Transparency International Kenya, we are implementing a 6-year strategic plan, which we call Action for Integrity. And one of the things that we're really emphasizing in our Action for Integrity is that we want to promote adherence to ethical values, norms, and behavior among citizens. Already, I think what we are seeing in Kenya is there's a sense of behavior change. You know, people coming out to speak about what is right, and we need to encourage that more. Otherwise, if we don't encourage it, these voices that we are now seeing coming out bravely to speak for us will die out. People get depressed just fighting for this country, speaking out for this country. Because sometimes you feel like, am I the only one seeing these things? Is no one else seeing? Because as I said, instead you feel sidelined, instead you feel stigmatized, alone, lonely. The fight against corruption, that journey that, when you decide to take that journey, it can be a very, very lonely journey. And that is why we think it's important to recognize those who come out. And so today we wanted to just take the opportunity to launch the nomination process. We will do this for 3 months, and we will announce the winners on December 9th. That's during the International Anti-Corruption Day. So we're putting out a call, and we'll be sharing the details of where you can be able to lodge your nominees and also the guidelines for the nominations, so that we get the right people to be able we can be able to celebrate them at the end of the year. We have put together a judging panel of other organizations, so it is not, don't worry, I will not go to my little office and decide I'm going to award this one, I'm not going to, no. It's going to be a very open, transparent, and inclusive process, and that is why we are calling for your nominations. Indeed, I have seen a number of people here who already qualify. Yes? Si tumeona. People who are very bold and maybe doing good things out there, but we need you to come out and participate, and please send us your nomination. We'll just be sharing the different award categories. We have 5 award categories, but I can assure you it is a very transparent process. We have a panel, I said, of other organizations who we have asked to give us representatives to sit on that panel. And this, whatever names they give us, the nominations are processed through we have what we call the Integrity Awards Board for our board of directors. So again, it is not me who will make that decision on who gets the award. It's a very inclusive process.
I just want to check. Yeah, thanks, bro.
I thought we only mute mics in virtual sessions. So I think there's someone's mic we can hear. Someone's mic is on. Okay, thanks. So quickly, the awards that we will be having for this year. Wakazi, mute your mic. It's okay. So we have the Uzalendo Integrity Award, and the Uzalendo Integrity Action Award really is recognizing acts of patriotism and courage by ordinary citizens. Previously, one of our awardees in 2019 was the Honorable, rather now he wants to be called Mtumishi Senator Okia Omtata. He's been a previous awardee for this particular category. We also have the Whistleblower Integrity Award. We've talked about whistleblowers all day today, so I don't need to describe who a whistleblower is, but really this is to recognize acts of integrity that expose and demand action in regard to corruption. Then our third category is the Leadership Integrity Award, which is recognizing, those people who have been able to use their positions and espoused the principles of leadership and integrity as articulated by Chapter 6 of the Constitution and the entire constitutional provisions. People who, through their leadership, have been able to inspire actions of integrity, transparency, and accountability. I think one of our previous awardees for last year, Michael Odwor. Michael, are you here? But he's here. He spoke during the open session. But he was our previous awardee for recipient for 2023. Then we have the Transparency Integrity Award, which recognizes acts of integrity inspired by TIA Kenya's work. So really this is a category that we have put aside for people out there. We work a lot with people, leaders in the communities and other organizations, people who have also inspired us by the way in which we have been able to collaborate and work with the community. So we will be recognizing those individuals as well. And then lastly, we have the Judicial Integrity Award, which is recognizing progressive interpretation and application of Chapter 6 of the Constitution and other provisions on national values and principles of governance by the judiciary. In 2019, we awarded Justice Mumbi Ngugi for some of the judgments that she had made in regard to interpreting the Chapter 6 of the Constitution, which we felt were progressive. And last year, we awarded the BBI, the Building Bridges Initiatives Court of Appeal bench. No, was it the Court of Appeal or the High Court? The High Court bench, rather. So those are the 5 categories. And right now, we want to ask you to go to that website, which we will be releasing the details shortly, and share with us your nominees for those awards. Let us not waste this opportunity. Let us ensure that we celebrate and recognize every person who we think has made a very strong contribution to the fight against corruption. More than ever, we need to recognize and encourage these people to push on forward, because the journey is still long and we need more people like them to be able to reach where we want to be in terms of cleaning up this country from the siege of corruption. So with that, I don't want to say any more. I know we have some, maybe MC can guide us in terms of how we proceed, in terms of unveiling and showing the participants the website, so that we can immediately start logging in, interacting with the guidelines, and sending our nominations. Maybe Elizabeth or Titus, one of you can give us the deadline date so that we can be able to know by when we need to be able to give our nominations. But we look forward to hearing more from you with your submissions of your candidates for this award, and even look towards celebrating them come 9th of December later on this year. Thank you.
Thank you so much indeed. So ladies and gentlemen, we are ready. We want to launch the portal. In fact, you can get straight to your phones right now and begin the nomination process. So we'll have a countdown. So get your phones ready, get your phones ready. So we'll have the countdown. And I'd kindly request those who are dressed in red, if you're dressed in red, you have a red color, please come forward, red here, red as well, please come forward with your phones. We want to do it practically. The nomination portal is on. Please come, you're dressed in red, please come. We want to, red, please come. The nomination process is ready. So let's have the portal on the screen. Want to Titus, the deadline is when? The deadline? Okay. All right. So we have reds. With your phones. Do you have the portal? Let's have the portal ready. It's ready? All right, the link. Let's have the link on the screen. So you can go to, and this is for everyone as well, as the Reds lead us through. integrityawards.tikenya.org. That portal again, everybody listen. Integrity Awards.tikenya.org. integrityawards.tikenya.org. Camera, the roving camera, please. 30th September is the deadline. We want to highlight it here. Anyone who is set? You've done it? Okay, and anyone who is ready, so that we capture that on the screen. You're ready? Okay. We've got, it's okay. We just want to see it real time. Also, there you go. There we go on the screen. So integrityawards.tikenya.org. Click here to nominate. So you'll say, go. So you have Uzalendo Integrity Award. Nominate. Let's just do it practically there. So that is the process. We've finally launched the nomination process. 31st September is the deadline. So this is for everyone. Asante sana. Makofi to the Reds, please. Thank you so much for participating. Thank you so much. Maweza kuketi chini, asanteni sana. Makofi yao tafadhali. Kabla tujaketi chini. Aya, the Reds, please come forward. Aya.
Kwa sababu mmekuwa in red.
Microphone please, microphone. Let's sauti yako lazima isikike. Kila mmoja wetu ana maana kubwa sana siku ya leo. Asante sana. Na kila wakati. Shukran.
Yes. Sisi hasa katika Mau Mau Governing Council of Kenya tuna msemo moja ambao ni kama roho na tunatoka kwa roho. Tukisema united we stand. Sasa sisi kwanza tutasema hapa, tutashikana mkono hapa. Tukiwa tumeshikana ndio tukija kwenu nyinyi tutakuwa roho moja.
Wow.
Viva wazalendo.
Viva.
Viva wazalendo.
Viva.
Viva uzalendo. Kata uzalendo. Anzia kutoka, nitaanzia mimi. Kupambana na ufisadi. Mimi mzalendo.
Mimi mzalendo. Asante, makofi yake tafadhali. And by the way, another quick idea I'm getting here. The whites. You have white, please come. We want to create the Kenyan flag. White, Njo, white, mko wapi? White. In fact, white mweza kuwa pale. Twende round pale. Alafu hapa kuna green yote hapa. Green. Naona? Green, Njo. Green, beautiful green. Njo ndugu. Njo. Black pia nayo. Like, sasa sisi tuwakilisha black. Green, njoni muwe hapa, white mko pale. Tutakuwa ni kama semicircle. Kaka, tutaingia hivyo ndani kidogo. Aya. Greens. Now blacks pia wameingia. Asante sana. Na kwa sasa tutamkaribisha Madam Sheila Masinde aje sasa officially. Atasimama hapa. Bas. We're ready. Look, this is the Kenyan flag. Tulikuwa na bendera labda. Okay. Bendera bas. Sasa makofi yake bana. Well done. Fantastic. Asante sana. There we go. So you will now give us, it's the groundbreaking ceremony. We are ready to move. Ladies and gentlemen, tuko tayari kabisa. Naomba tusimame, count down. Pamoja tuseme 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tusemeje? United we stand. Asante sana. Well done. Makofi tafadhali. Asante sana. Well done. The launch of the National Integrity Action Awards 2024. Asante sana. Tuinue mkono pamoja, tumeshikana. Kila mtu tushikane mikono. Well done. Asante sana. Thank you so much. Asante sana. Thank you so much. Well done. Asante. Waweza kuketi chini. Bendera. Asante sana. Kabisa. Asante sana. Naomba sasa tuweze kumaliza. And I'd kindly call upon Madam Alice Njau to give us the vote of thanks. Then we'll have critical information in terms of where we will go after this. Madam Alice Njau.
So my name is Alice. My name is Alice Njau. I'm the Chief of Party for the USAID Usawa program. I've been asked to do a very simple task to give a vote of thanks. First of all, before I even give a vote of thanks, I want to say that we have learned something from the Gen Zs in the way they have been engaging. When we have looked at them, they have gone through the finance bill section by section, looking at every clause and saying this clause should be removed. They have gone through the entire budget and looked at where can we be able to cut funds to reduce waste. They have gone through that. That's a leaf that we need to take so that we can be able to engage from a point of information. That's a leaf I think we can be able to borrow from Gen Zs. Tupigieni Gen Zs makofi. They have really challenged us. So even as we move on with our advocacy agenda, like for example, number 1, for the whistleblower protection, today was just a day to just talk about it broadly. For us to be able to engage, we still have to have more meetings to be able to digest these bills and see whether they are actually sufficient to be able to address issues of whistleblower protection. We have the opportunity to make recommendations to improve the bills that are already there from a point of knowledge. And then we have the opportunity now to go out there and push for its enactment. So this is the first among the many meetings that we are going to have to look at some of these laws so that we can be able to engage from my point of knowledge. Kwa hivyo, tukiwaita next time, tafadhali kujeni. So that is the time we'll be looking at the clauses and saying, this is what we need addressed so that our whistleblowers can be protected. Our executive director, Sheila, mentioned some of those big cases that we have seen or that have come up. They have not come up just like that. They have come up because there was a whistleblower. So that is why we must come back again to see how we push forward these bills. So I'll go to my vote of thanks. First of all, thank you so much, everyone, for your active participation. I think this is really encouraging, and this is how I am hoping that we're going to be engaging even with the leaders so that they can be able to listen to our voice. I'll start by thanking our development partners. Number 1, USAID for supporting this meeting. We have the Danish Embassy, Uraia, and the Swedish Embassy. Number 2, I want to thank the Usawa partners, IRCK, Global Compact, and AMWIC for the support and for coming together for us to be able to plan this event. The other people I'd like to thank, of course, is our CSO partners whom we have been together in terms of the fight against corruption. We have KHRC, Inuka Trust, TISA, Mzalendo, members of the National Integrity Alliance. These are people we want to continue working with because we cannot work alone. We all have to put our hands together. All CSOs come together and talk with one voice on the very important issues that are happening. Particularly now, it is a very, very good opportunity to push for all those laws that we've been talking about because the government now is ready and willing to listen. So let us stick together. The other people I want to thank, the National Anti-Corruption Steering Committee. I think their members were here. I'm not sure whether they are still around. The Commission on Administrative Justice, we had some representation. And citizens from Nairobi, from Nakuru, Mombasa, Kilifi, Isiolo, Kakamega, please clap for yourselves. Let us clap for ourselves for being here and for contributing and for telling us what is actually happening on the ground in terms of corruption and for showing your commitment to participate in this fight against corruption. Finally, I'll thank representatives from the media, private sector, and the religious institutions. Asanteni sana for being here, and we will meet again. We will have other follow-up meetings. Asanteni sana.
So thank you so much indeed that you made it here. For the remaining minutes, we wanted to get your final feedback. We started conversations, but now it's that moment where we're saying, for the sake of this beloved motherland, our beloved country, moving forward, what is my personal commitment to contribute in the fight against corruption? And we'll have Menti on the screen, but in the meantime, just your word of inspiration, something that you're picking and you're saying, this is my take home today. As I leave today, this is the one thing I'm living with. So let me just get the microphones ready. Let's start from there. I can see a gentleman already there. What is your personal commitment moving forward? Go ahead.
Thank you. Ndegwa Boniface. One takeaway that I think we should all agree with: Occupy Parliament is not over. From here, we are going to recall them. Ausio? Yes. Viva! Viva! We are going to recall them as soon as, if this guy honors the pledge to reconstitute the IBC by tomorrow, by the time 2 years, that's August next month, is ending, we have to shape up this country. Peace is not the absence of war. And it's our time to occupy Parliament in full. We have dropped and rejected the finance bill. Let's proceed to the next step of representing the majority, which are the youth. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's move to this side.
Okay, my name is Nelson Mandela from Kawangware. I just want to say that my MP was among the people who voted for this draconian bill. Unfortunately, things happened. So my take is that I want to be consistent in this space by advocating for good governance, advocating for human rights going forward. And number two, let's not stop by being wise after elections. Let's be wise before and after. Sure. Not talking about these elections, but when that electioneering period comes, you go back to your tribal cocoon. You go back to your village and start speaking your mother tongue. Sijui mutu wetu, mutu wako na nani. Saisi uko hapa uko njaa. Tufikirie.
Okay, next.
My panting shot, a corruption-free society begins with me. And so, as we go out there, let me do my best. The corruption we are trying to fight today, most of us assume corruption is somewhere on top there. But corruption is right at our doorsteps. Corruption is right at where we stay. The churches we are blaming today, I'm a staunch Christian. I believe in the ideologies of Christianity. But corruption has begun in our churches. So if we don't speak there, believe you me, that leader in your church will continue perpetrating the same at the highest level. When we talk of them advising the government, it is because they do not want us to unearth what is happening right in our local churches. So let it begin with me where I am. Let us advocate for corruption and ensure that the corruption-free society begins right in our houses.
Asante sana. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I think we need commitments and it should be evidence-based. So one, for me, and I, as we work in the civil society space, we'll mobilize 200 community members and work with TI Mombasa, first to disseminate what we've discussed today. Secondly, focus in the land sector. The fraud in that particular sector is a critical time bomb that we need to focus on. That we'll do between now and August. Thank you.
Okay, let's have 2 more. Go ahead.
My name is Leila. I'm from Coast Region, and my commitment is we will be able to mobilize young people, and they're going to attend public participation. And our passion mainly in areas that we work with is issues of reproductive health. And we want to make sure every facility doesn't have stockouts. We want to see facilities that are working, and we are going to mobilize to make sure that accountability is taken.
All right.
Asante, my name is Zakaria Mwangi. I'm an SME. I'm also a leader of the community. From today onward, and even if you are sitting here today, the Bible tells us, don't steal the Lord. That is the 10% of the Lord. If you are not returning the 10% of the Lord, how can you go outside there and tell people, don't do corruption? We start doing this from in our church, now from there, within our community, even also in your house. So we have the good gospel start from where you are, your house. Now from there, from your church. Now from there to the community. If we all do that, I think we will be on the right track. Thank you.
Asante sana. It's the last question. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I think for me, the one take away home issue is we have to ensure that each and every civil servant takes the anti-corruption cause, if it's there, anti-corruption cause, and ensure that they take the whistleblowing cause to ensure that each and every 6 months they are accountable to that. I think that will give them the opportunity to ensure that they take care of these particular issues before they come forth. Thank you so much.
Asante sana. Kumalizia. Hapa chini naona Celine apewe nafasi ya kutumalizia.
Okay, I'm Angeline from Roraka Social Justice as they pass the mic. As an happy taxpayer, my take home is reporting corruption costs a lot, but I'll have to report corruption, because if I don't report, then I'll be the most corrupted person. And to my religious leaders, kindly, I wanted to say this, allow me. To these corrupted people who calls themselves leaders, if they come to your churches kneeling down for prayers, kindly, wawekeleni tu ngoto, because they don't deserve those prayers, please.
Hi, once again. I didn't say my name at first. My name is Gitaranga Esther. And my take home today is that no matter how small you think your voice is, it counts. No matter how much you think your word has no impact, it does. Take up the space, speak it out, and everyone else will join in. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mama Shamsa from Mombasa. My takeaway home today is citizen participation in anti-corruption efforts. Everybody from the local level, national level, international level, global level should take this to heart. We cannot fight it alone. We have to stay together, stick to our cause, and ensure a Kenya corrupt-free.
Thank you. Mimi, I only have 2 things, and they are very practical that we can do. I've seen it working now. Since the president suspended, or rather withdrew from the finance bill, imenipatia a lot of impetus that really this thing called corruption can be fought. So one thing, when we come back next year, God willing, Mr. Titus and Madam Sheila, we want to discuss or to hear that the NGCDF Act and that money is disbanded. NGCDF. Hakuna mwanabunge anafaa kukuwa na hiyo pesa. That is 1. 2, each and every person atoke hapa, aenda asalimie mbunge wake, amwambie apitishe the whistleblowers bill. Those are the issues that
Okay.
Kabla amalize, I'm Reverend John Alusiola from the Religious Council of Kenya. Now I've heard our Gen Z wameongea sana kuhusu religious leaders. I'm from the Pentecostal. Sisi mnasema ndio tuliweka president pale, sawa. Kwa hivyo I can say this, take away point on corruption. We have already worked on tools together with the ESCC, with IRCK, and we are having books. We were together with the Catholic KCCB at Ekima University. We were talking about breaking the chains of corruption. Wow. It's already on the ground. Number two is that I want to ask those who are here, if you are not a Muslim, let me see those who are Christian. Inua mkono, hata wewe Gen Z. Now let me tell you that the church is not the building. You are the church. So you need to stand. Psalm 11 verse 3, the Bible says that if the foundations are destroyed, what will the righteous do? What will the righteous do? Thank you so much, Gen Z, for being righteous at such a time. Now you need to rise up and stand strong for God and take over everything. And on election, again, IRCK, we have come up with these books, Guide to Electing Leaders with the Values. I believe you're going to be given up there, if they have it, you're going to be given this. And also we have come up with the Code of Ethics for every leader. So everything is in place. We thank God because the Gen Z rose up very early, but the church is there. And those who are, when you see our elders going to the president, the president also is a Christian, he wants prayers. But now the issue of envelope, I know.
Reverend.
I know you talk about the issue of the envelope.
Asante. Celine.
Now the issue of the envelope. Sikia.
Sasa.
Sikia sasa.
Wasikusalimie.
Kuja Haya, sikia.
Haya,
Susikie.
Dakika moja.
Susikie.
Tusikie.
Hakuna kuzima mic. Hakuna kuzima mic. First Kings chapter 19. Elijah alisema hivi, sikia. Sikia mpaka. Ngoja makazi. Elijah alisema mimi niko hapa wacha nikufe. Lakini Mungu alimwambia we still have 700,000 people have not bowed down to God. So we are still there.
Ndugu. Naomba kabisa tutamaliza. Tafadhali. Mnasikia? Musimsalimie, sawa? Celine, John. I know this isn't. Celine is here. You know, Celine made a very important point. Celine, if you heard earlier on, she said, as we have these battles, there are part of us who are forgotten. And that's why I feel it's important for her to close for us. So that even as we go out there, we know we have a responsibility, not only for ourselves, but even for the many who are forgotten.
Wow. Hey, Ruto must go kweli. So for me, my takeout is, as we are also doing the mobilization, encouragement, and discussions, let's just be inclusive. Let's be inclusive. At least kama kuna meeting, wenye mnafanya mobilizations bana. Kama hapa kwa hii room nikiangalia vizuri, walemavu tuko kama 3 hivi, 4. Imagine. Is that inclusive? It is not. Mko wanawake wangapi hapa tukiangalia ama my youth? It is good that at least tunakuwa inclusive kwa makanisa, kwa sababu kwa makanisa mingi hata hakuna sign language interpreter. So kama mtu ni mwenye haezi sikia, obviously they will not be part of the church because they will not be included in the sermons and all that. Also in the government, hata nikianzia tu mtaa kwanza, public participations. First of all inakuanga kwanza kwa gorofa kwanza kwetu, mostly inakuanga juu. So you find that persons with disability cannot access the place. so they won't be part of the discussion. So when things are being passed, how watakuja kusikia baadaye public participation ilifanyika, and this is what was discussed, and this is what imepita. So you find that you are not part of the discussion. So for me, my take is at least kuanzia mtaa tukue na inclusion. Thank you.
Shukran. Thank you. Makofi yake tafadhali. Nasema asanteni sana kwa kuja. Tumepatana, tumezungumza. Changamoto tumepewa ni kila mmoja wetu tuende kwenye kioo na uangalie wewe jamaa. Mwambie wewe, you need to be good. You need to be clean. You are the one who will deliver this country. Na naomba tafadhali kwa sasa tuweze kusimama. In the beautiful tune of our national anthem, let's hold hands. If this country burns, if it goes down, we are all down. But if we lift it up, we'll make a difference. So let's hold those hands together. Our national anthem, ladies and gentlemen. Asanteni sana. Viva! Viva comrades! Asante sana. Wow! Thank you so much. As you walk out, courtesy of the partners led by Transparency International Kenya, make sure you have a meal voucher. Please enjoy your meal. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki. Thank you so much.
Jana Mogi na Kenyatta wanauliza kama Kenya kuko sawa. nikawajibu Kenya tuko na disaster, watoto wetu wanazidi kuzikana, na Tomboya ameshika tama, alituacha kama angali kijana. Je, angekuwa mambo yangekuwa sawa? Ndivyo walivyopanga Maulana. Deni mulizoacha bado tunalipa, na tumekopa zingine China, tukajenga reli pia barabara, zilizobaki watu wakasanya. So tujiangalie, tuko pabaya leo kuliko jana, sikio la kufa halisikii dawa, tuko kwa Twitter tunajibizana. Tujiangalie bade, tuko pabaya leo kuliko jana, tusipoziba ufa tutajenga kuta, tusake zetu tungali vijana.
Waumini kwa matrina, pasi kwa bima, kushoto fungu la 10, sadaka kulia. Ndio maana mbele ya kanisa mheshimiwa anakula sakramenti kabla ya raia.